University, and I will be serving as a moderator for today's event. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this program. Most of the participants are joining us through YouTube live streaming, and our speakers are joining us through Zoom from various time zones. Thank you all. As you know, today's conference is the topic of today's conference is translational nursing, bridging the gap between nursing research and practice. Before we hear from our guest speakers on this interesting and timely topic, we will have the opening remarks from Dr. Hyunhee Kim, the director of the Research Institute of Nursing Science. The opening remarks has been pre-recorded, so we will play the video.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Hwang. And thank you everyone for joining us today. Welcome. COVID-19 is still lingering over us, but we are slowly taking back our normal life in many areas. However, unfortunately, we have changed the mode of this conference to online in late summer. It was a difficult decision, but we thought it was better to be safe than sorry. I express my deepest thanks to the speakers who willingly accommodated this change. Even though we are meeting online, I assure you that we still have a very productive and exciting program today. We invited globally renowned scholars and practitioners to cover many essential topics in translational nursing. Dr. Im from Emory University will set the context for today with a broad relevance in nursing science and theory. Then, Dr. Oh from National Cancer Institute of USA will talk about how we can effectively utilize cutting-edge research findings to solve real-world problems, especially in the area of health equity. Dr. Mayer and Ms. Breed share their experience of successfully implementing an evidence-based nursing program at Stanford Medical Center. Then we will also hear a specific example of academic clinical collaboration from Dr. Myung-Hwa Park and Ms. Se-yeon Park. Finally, we will synthesize what we learned today into the educational panel discussion with nursing professors representing 4 countries in Asia. This session will give us a chance to think about how we really need to transform our nursing education to support translational nursing for the future. Also, please do not forget to check the 60 remarkable studies presented in a poster format. With that, I will end my opening remarks. I hope you find today's event interesting, useful, and inspiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Next, we will hear congratulatory remarks from the Dean of the College of Nursing, Seoul National University, Dean Hae-won Kim. Unfortunately, Dean Kim is not able to join us today, so we will play the pre-recorded video, and we will just start now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 14th International Nursing Research Conference of Seoul National University. It is my great honor to have many outstanding and eminent scholars from the world. Today, we are going to share how nursing can bridge the gap between research and practice by showing nursing evidence at the bedside and developing partnership using clinical data warehouse. And you can discuss the future of nursing education in this revolutionary era. I believe today's conference will satisfy your expectation about academic curiosity, and it will suggest possibilities for our mission facing us, in which nursing practice and research specifically related translational nursing will be needed. Finally, we could affirm definitely the reason for the existence of nursing science will be taking a leading role in developing translational research. Thank you for all speakers and panelists for their contribution, and Kim Hyun-hee, the director of our research institute, for this very successful conference. Hopefully, your continued interest and support for the events and the next research conference of Seoul National University. Thank you for all. I enjoyed today's schedule.
Thank you, Dean Kim. Today, we have invited two honorable keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Eun-Wook Im, and let me briefly introduce her to you. Dr. Im is the Edith Folsom Honeycutt Endowed Chair and a Senior Associate Dean for Research and Innovation at Emory University, Neil Hassan Woodruff School of Nursing. Dr. Im is an internationally known scholar and a researcher in the field of global cross-cultural women's health research, addressing gender and ethnic disparities in health experiences of midlife women. The title of her talk is Nursing Science and Translational Research, the Raison d'etre. She's here with us on Zoom, but her speech is pre-recorded, so we will play the video first. Let's welcome Dr. Im.
Thanks for inviting me to this wonderful conference to discuss nursing science and translational science. I am going to talk about raison d'etre of nursing science and translational research. So raison d'etre means the reason for existence. So why does nursing exist? In short, I think the reason for nursing is caring for human beings. Then what is caring in nursing? In 1997, Erickson defined caring as tending, playing, and learning, which can generate trust, meet the patient's needs, provide physical and spiritual well-being, and create a feeling of being in development to support the health processes. So basically, caring is closely linked to the nursing practice, and caring is the basis and the main reason for nursing discipline. In 1997, Mellis described the stages in nursing progress, which means the progress of nursing discipline throughout the several decades. And the stages include the stage of practice, stage of education and administration, stage of research, stage of theory, stage of philosophy, and stage of integration. So the earliest stage of nursing discipline is described as a stage of practice. So during this period, nursing discipline just focused on practice. And actually at the time, there's no discipline called nursing, or there's no occupation called nurses. We are talking about the period of Crimean War and Islamic wars. So during that period, nursing discipline, actually, as I mentioned, not a discipline yet, but nursing provides care and comfort to enhance healing and a sense of well-being, and to create a healthy environment that helps decrease suffering and deteriorations. So if you are thinking of a Nightingale, the nursing care, this is the period of that practice era. Then nursing went through the stage of education and administration. So during this period, nursing discipline focused on training and educating nurses to practice, and nursing discipline focused on developing functional roles for nurses, such as educational and administrative roles of nurses, and nurses focused on developing different levels of education programs. So during this era, we never care about nursing research for a while. Then nursing discipline moved to the stage of research from 1970s to 1990s. During the period, there was an establishment of nursing organization within the NIH, which is called the NINR, and also many nursing organizations began to emerge. And during this period, nurses began to recognize the necessity of research to improve education and administration, and also nurses begin to initiate research focusing on questions related to the educational and evaluative process and administration. And also nurses began nursing inquiry and science with a focus on scientific syntax rather than the content of research during this period. At the same time, nursing went through the stage of theory, and there was overlapped period between the stage of the research and stage of theory. During this period, nursing discipline focused on the essence of nursing. So we discussed about what is the mission and what is the goals of nursing. Also, nurses argue about whether nursing was merely a chapter of medicine or whether it was part of the biological, natural, or physical science. And nurses sought for conceptual coherence and the meaning and truth that guide nursing. And also nurses try to adopt concepts and propositions from other paradigms, and nurses sought for one theory for the entire nursing discipline. So at the time, nursing discipline was thinking if we have a universal one theory that explains nursing, then we are totally fine. And because of that idea, during this period, the grand theories were dominant in nursing theories. And also nurses try to accept the complexity of nursing and the inevitability of multiple theories. So nurses begin to accept that we don't need to have only one theory. We can have multiple theories that could explain nursing as a discipline. And also nurses begin to accept the need to test and corroborate major propositions of different theories. So as you can see the link between the theory and research during the same period. Then the next stage was the stage of philosophy, which was from 1970s to 1990s. As you can see, nursing discipline went through the stages of research, theory, and philosophy in an overlapped period between 1970s and 1990s. This period might be the period that nursing discipline made prominent advances in many aspects. During this stage, we have many nurses actually who received their doctoral degrees from philosophy, specifically philosophy of science. For instance, at UCSF, we had Dr. Patricia Benner, who got her doctorate in philosophy of science from UC Berkeley, and she taught a PhD philosophy class in nursing at UCSF. At the time, we were so excited about the opportunity to learn from an actual expert in philosophy, and at the same time, there was a kind of a shock in nursing community. During this period, the nursing scholars turned to philosophical inquiries, and nursing scholars raised and tried to answer questions about the nature of nursing knowledge, the nature of inquiry, and congruency between the essence of nursing knowledge and research methodologies. Also, nursing scholars accepted epistemological diversity and the need for ethical, logical, and epistemological inquiries. Nursing scholars also acknowledged the limitation of appropriate tools to investigate fundamental and practical issues during this period. And also, the famous paper on ways of knowing by Dr. Copper was actually published in this period, and nursing scholars tried to encompass different ways of knowing during this period. And also, this is the period that nursing scholars asked the questions related to values, meanings and realities using multiple philosophical and theoretical bases. During this period, there were many philosophical and meta-theoretical articles published and discussed. And then the last stage of nursing discipline is depicted as stage of integration. So during this period, nurses have substantive dialogues and discussions focusing on identifying coherent structures of nursing discipline at large and or specific area of specializations. And also nurses begin to develop educational programs that are organized around substantive areas through the integration of theory, research, and practice. So before this period, as I mentioned, during the stage of theory, grand theory is dominant in nursing theories, but during the 1980s, 1990s, and after that, we begin to accept the different types of nursing theories by the level of abstract. That includes mid-range theories and situation-specific theories. And this period is called the stage of integration. And nurses also begin to evaluate different aspects of theoretical nursing by members of the discipline. And nurses begin to give the strategies of knowledge development that are congruent with the discipline's shared assumptions. And nurses begin to involve members of specialty fields in developing theories that are pertinent to nursing phenomenon. So again, mid-range theories and specific theories that would be very specific to a specialty area or very specific to a population, one specific population begin to emerge. And also nurses systematically reappraise philosophical and theoretical underpinnings of central concepts of the domain of nursing. So actually, Dr. Mellis kind of ended her paper on the stage of nursing discipline with the stage of integration. But currently, we don't know where we are heading. We have plurality in our philosophical basis, and also we are accepting multiple types of nursing theories by the level of abstract. And we are, in a kind of, integration, but with diversity and complexity right now. And so my question is, are we, moving forward to where? So maybe the translational science could be one direction, or we don't know where we are actually heading to. But translational science is very hot in the US, and especially in nursing science, we begin to talk about translational and implementation science right now. So then what is translational science? Well, if you go back to the literature, translational research was mentioned for the first time as early as 1993. But after that, there were very relatively few references related to the translational research during the 1990s, and most references were actually related to the oncology research. And the term translational research refers to work spanning different types of research, such as immunology studies spanning basic and clinical research, or work spanning disciplines within a particular type of research, such as bench research involving molecular genetics and immunology. Then what is translational research defined by NIH? Translational research is defined as the process of applying discoveries generated during research in the laboratory and in preclinical studies to the development of trials and studies in humans. And also it includes research aiming at enhancing the adoption of best practice in the community. And also translational research includes cost effectiveness studies on prevention and treatment strategies. So translational research is not just one type of research at this moment. And translational research is usually an generally accepted as a major focus of the clinical and translational science award, which is called the CTSA in the US. So CTSA is the definition will be very important in understanding translational science and translational research in the US. And translation is the process of turning observations in the laboratory, clinical, and community into the interventions that improve the health of individuals and the public, from diagnostics and therapeutics to medical procedures and behavioral changes. So in terms of nursing science, translational research usually based on clinics and communities rather than laboratories. So, and also we tend to focus on behavioral changes, but obviously nursing science is included in translational research and translational science by CTSA. Then National Center for Advancing Translational Science is the major authority that is related to translational science in the US, and their definition is here. So translational science is the field of investigation focused on understanding the scientific and operational principles underlying each step of the translational process. So it could be also very comprehensive. NCAT provides 4 different levels of translational science spectrum. T1 is the process of applying discoveries generated in preclinical laboratory research to experimental studies in primates and human participants. T1 is very rare in nursing science. And T2 is research that allows investigators to extend limited clinical observations into controlled environment, such as phase 3 clinical trials, to establish evidence-based efficacy under optimal settings. In nursing science, T2 level of translational science is usual. And T3 is when investigators establish how specific prevention and treatment strategies work in real-world community settings, such as phase 4 trials, assessing effectiveness, cost-effectiveness, and the influence on healthcare. T3 tend to be rare in nursing science, but still there exist several T3 level of nursing studies in these days. And in terms of T4, it's really rare in nursing. And T4 is research that involves the application of validated health practices from communities to their impact on human populations. So the latter is the ultimate payoff for national and institutional investments into the translational research platform. But as I mentioned, T4 is very rare in nursing science. So this is the translational science spectrum model by NCAT. As you can see, translational science is inclusive of research to develop new approaches to demonstrate their usefulness and disseminate the findings. And also translational science includes various types of research. And in nursing, some types of research are rarely used, such as basic research and preclinical research, but others are widely used in nursing. And also, NCAT provides the principles of effective translational science, and they categorized into 2 major categories: scientific principles and operational principles. So their scientific principles focus on factors directly related to the selection of the research question, research approaches, and research method. And they also set the operational principles that focus on how team functioning, organizational environment, and the culture of science influence the research. And they think operational principles facilitate the science. Since the Korean situation is different, I don't know if these principles would fit with Korean situations, but just in case I'm sharing these principles with you. So scientific principle, the first principle is prioritize initiatives that address unmet needs. So it is basically try to see what are the scientific needs in the area and what are patient and population health needs. Then translational research should be based on those needs, either scientific needs or patient and population health needs. The second principle is to produce cross-cutting solutions for common and persistent challenges. So translational science in the US aim to develop innovations that address challenges across multiple research initiative projects or diseases and conditions. So they promote the project and studies across multiple projects and also across diseases. And also translational science in the US emphasizes creativity and innovation. So translational science in the US focuses on increasing the impact of research through innovations in research method, processes, and structures. And in terms of research method, the translational science poses innovative research questions and develop and implement innovations in research method, technologies, and approaches that increase the impact of the research. And also translational science in the US aim to develop and implement innovations in teamwork, partnerships, and operations that enhance the quality and impact of the research. So in the US, when you do the translational science study, you should think about how you can make your research highly innovative in terms of method or processes and structures, and sometimes, conceptual basis like that. And also translational science should leverage cross-disciplinary team science. So translational science in the US need to engage all relevant expertise across the discipline, fields, and professions to produce research that advances translation. So key point here is advancing innovation and increase translational potential through multidisciplinary and multi-professional and multi-field approaches. So as I mentioned, NCAT also proposed the operational principles in addition to scientific principles. So first operational principle is to enhance the efficiency and speed of translational research. So translational research needs to implement evidence-informed practices and scientific and operational innovations to accelerate the pace of translational research. And also operational principle includes to utilize boundary crossing partnerships. So translational science in the US aim to leverage cross-disciplinary research teams, patient and community engagement, and cross-agency partnerships to advance translation. And the final operational principle is to use bold and rigorous research approaches. So translational science in the US aims to develop ambitious research questions and implement transformative approaches that match the complexity of the translational problem being addressed. So these are the general principles prescribed by NCAT for translational science in the US. So you may think about how these principles could fit with translational science in South Korea. And then the question is then how nursing is linked to the translational science. In nursing, we have talked about evidence-based practice rather than translational science throughout our progress in nursing science. So the field of translational science investigates which implementation strategies work to promote use of evidence-based practice for whom in what types of settings, and uncovers the mechanism by which they work. So when we are thinking about nursing science and translational science, we should focus on our history of evidence-based nursing practice. And Henry Arrow in 2015 said that advances in translational science can expedite the integration of evidence in practice to improve care delivery, population health, and health outcomes. So basically, the purpose and goal of translational science in nursing is to get evidence in practice that can actually contribute to nursing care. Indeed, nursing has struggled to get the evidence for their nursing practice, and nursing has a rich history of using research in practice. And even we actually claim that Nightingale used the nursing research to provide the evidence to provide the better care for nursing clients. So throughout the nursing history, we know several nursing initiatives that was directly linked to the evidence-based practice, and that is also linked to the translational science. And in the past, we call that as research utilization. So you know that we had the conduct and utilization of research in nursing projects in 1983. And we had the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education in Nursing project on nursing research development in 1970s. And we had the Nursing Child Assessment Satellite Training Project in 1981, and we had the Moving New Knowledge into Practice project in 1990s and 1980s. And we also had Orange County Research Utilization in Nursing project in 1995. So basically, nursing has continuously evolved to meet the people's needs for caring through nursing science and nursing research. Then what is currently happening in nursing research across the globe? In 2019, through the APNA and TWNA joint conference, many nurse leaders got together, and we had serious discussions about the current status of nursing research across 6 countries. And for your information, APNA is Asian American Pacific Islander Nurses Association in the US, and TWNA is Taiwan Nurses Association. And at the conference, the leaders had serious discussions. Then we extended our discussions through Zoom meetings and email communications. And then we wrote a group paper on the current status of nursing research across the globe, and the paper was published in 2020. And the readers talked about different changes that are happening across the globe, and especially in their own individual countries. And then we talked about subsequent changes in nursing research. So the first change that we noticed was the demographic changes. And because of increasing number of elderly populations in individual countries, most of readers talked about increasing number of geriatric studies. And we also talked about increased reproductive health studies because of decreasing birth rate in the countries. And we also talk about increased family health studies with a focus on single person family. And the second change that we noticed was changes due to increasing diversities and globalizations. So we have seen increasing number of studies on cross-cultural issues, and we also have seen increased number of studies on transnational care. And also the readers have noticed the changes due to technological innovation in all countries. And we have discussed the increasing usages of technologies in nursing studies, such as apps, mobile techs, and web-based interventions like that. And we also talked about increasing number of robotics-related studies, like care robots in Taiwan. And also we have seen increased big data and data science studies across the all 6 countries. And also we have seen changes due to individualized personal care and population health initiatives in all the countries. All the nurse research are talking about precision health studies, and also they are talking about increased population health studies and health disparity studies. And also all the readers talked about changes in health policies and regulations, and I think all the countries, especially Hong Kong, Japan, and Korea, the readers talk about increased nursing informatic system research and quality improvement research and health outcome and policy research. And also all the readers talk about changes due to increasing interdisciplinary collaborations. And they talked about increased interdisciplinary training grants rather than just nursing only training grant, and multi-center and multi-site research project and multiple PI research project. And finally, all the nurse research are talking about changes due to nursing workforce changes in their own countries. So the readers talked about increased nursing workforce research, healthcare system and hospitals research, nursing information system research, and quality improvement research. But since COVID-19 hit the globe across all the countries, I think if the readers get together to discuss the changes in nursing research and the current trends in nursing research this time, I guess all these changes and current status may be totally different. Like maybe all the nurse researchers would talk about in the importance of disaster nursing, especially related to the pandemic situations like that. Then what is happening in nursing research in the US? Well, as you may know, NINR has published their strategic plans every 5 years. And this is the last time's strategic plan that NINR published and have implemented during the past 5 years. So in the last strategic plan, there were 5 areas of scientific focus that includes symptom science, wellness, self-management, end-of-life and palliative care, and promoting innovations. So when the NINR published their priority areas, their funding goes to only to these areas in most cases. So even when you have a great score in your proposal, if your proposal doesn't fit with their area of scientific focus, your study would be rarely funded by that specific institute, here NINR. Then 2 years ago, NINR had new director, Dr. Zhang. Her picture is here. And with the new director, they initiated new NINR strategic plan. And this is really, really hot in the US, and all the researchers are talking about these new strategies because they are a little bit different from the previous NINR strategies that have been issued by NINR for the past 2 decades with the previous NINR director. So with the new NINR strategies, the nursing science focuses on these 5 research lenses right now in the US. First, health equity. Second, social determinants of health. Third, population and community health. Fourth, prevention and health promotion. And fifth, systems and models of care. So these research lenses are really, really important for nurse researchers who try to get funding from the NINR. But the thing is a little bit kind of confusing right now because they just started these new the strategic plan, and so those who got a grade score but who doesn't fit with one of these research lenses, they cannot get funded even when they have a grade score. So one of our junior faculty members got an almost perfect score, but she couldn't get funded because her proposal doesn't fit with any of the research lenses. And then there is a question on, what should we do? The nurse researchers who didn't work in this area. So there is a little bit kind of the discussions going on in the US right now. So this is the NINR's research framework to achieve its mission that focuses on the context of people's lives and living conditions. So since now we know what is happening in nursing science in the US and also across the globe, let's get back to our discussion topic, which is translational science. So let's go back to the evidence-based nursing and translational science again. So what is evidence-based nursing? All of us are familiar with this model. So evidence-based nursing includes 3 dimensions. Evidence, of course, we need to have evidence to provide the nursing care, and patient preferences. So in evidence-based nursing, we should consider patients' preferences for care. And also, evidence-based nursing should be based on clinical expertise of nurses. And these are in the literature about evidence-based practice, 3 main components. So first, we need to utilize the best external evidence, and we need to draw on individual clinical expertise, and we need to consider patient values and expectations. So basically, these are the same to the previous model. Then what are the advantages of evidence-based practice in nursing? Evidence-based practice in nursing could improve patient outcomes through superior care, and evidence-based practice in nursing could maximize providers' time and reduce cost. And evidence-based practice in nursing could add new contributions to the science of nursing. We have heard about this over and over again during the past several decades. Then, as you may remember, there are specific types of research for evidence-based practice, and these are the 4 major types of research for evidence-based practice that we have learned. Randomized control trials, evidence from cohort, case control or observational studies, expert opinions that are supported by experience studies or reports and personal experience. And as all of us know, randomized controlled trials would be the best evidence that we want to have to support our evidence-based care. And nursing science is actually generating the evidence for nursing practice, and nursing science is the basis for evidence-based practice. I think all of us would agree on that. And then what is the difference between the evidence-based practice versus translational science? Evidence-based practice is the actual application of evidence in practice. So it focuses on doing of evidence-based practice. But translational science is the study of implementation, interventions, factors, and contextual variables that affect knowledge uptake and use in practices and communities. So, as you can see here, evidence-based practice focuses on doing, and translational science focuses on the evidence. Then, what is the current status of translational science in nursing in the US? Well, in 2018, Titler wrote an article about issues in translational science in nursing in the US. She mentioned about several issues, and one of the issues was diversity of terminology related to translational science. According to her, there was a lack of common language related to the translational science in nursing. And the second issue was multiple theories and models in translational science that includes over 100 different theories spanning multiple disciplines. And she mentioned that all these theories and models try to describe or guide the process of translating research into practice, to understand and or explain what influences implementation outcomes, and to evaluate implementation. And she pointed out that there exist inconsistencies and underusages of theories, models to guide the implementation research, especially in nursing. Here are the examples of translational science theories and models that are being used in nursing field. And specifically, I want to ask you to give your attention to the first box on the top row, the re-aim, the theory, because that is kind of proposed by NIH. So that is being used by many NIH-funded researchers in the US. But depending on the researcher, they are using different types of translational science theories or models in their study right now. Then what are the current issues related to the implementation of translational science? First issue would be lack of agreement of an ontology and taxonomy of implementation strategies. There exists lack of agreement even about naming and labeling related to the implementation intervention and or strategies. And also there exist inconsistencies in the description of interventions and their content. And also there exists lack of agreed upon classification system or taxonomy of implementation interventions. And also there exists lack of clarity regarding the target of the intervention, such as organization, clinicians, teams of practitioners, or some combination thereof. And second issue would be underdeveloped method for calculating implementation intervention dose and controversies regarding methods for measurement of implementation effectiveness. So translational science in general is at its early stage, but the translational science and implementation science began to have more attention in these days, especially with all the health disparity issues that healthcare field focusing on and talking about. And specifically in nursing, especially when we do the translational science research or implementation science research, we frequently have dilemmas because there do not exist standardized guidelines related to the intervention dose or other intervention related methodological the aspects of research. And also the titular was saying we should give our attention to multiple contextual factors that could impact the implementation. First one is organizational capacity for evidence-based practice, and then leadership support and practice climate for use of evidence-based practice and evidence-based competencies of staff and nurse managers. So although we have evidence for our practice, if there's no capacity of a specific organization to utilize the evidence and provide the care, then it's kind of no use of using the evidence. And also there should be a leadership support. So without the leadership support, we couldn't use the evidence in nursing practice at this moment. And also we are talking about practice climate. So among the nurse peers, if their practice climate is not related to providing care based on evidence because of busy schedules and then, evidence-based practice could not happen in nursing care settings. And also, more importantly, the competencies of staff and nurse managers to use evidence is another big, important contextual factor that could influence implementation in translational science. So what are future directions for translational science in nursing? So first, I want to suggest nurses to establish the standardized language related to the translational science in nursing. As I mentioned, it was clear in the literature that nursing science does not have a standardized or shared language related to the translational science. So to further develop translational science in nursing, we should at least speak the same language. Also, I suggest nurses to further develop and adopt theories and models for translational science in nursing. As I mentioned, a number of theories and models are being used in translational science in nursing currently. Maybe that should be fine, but the theories and models should be modified or further developed to fit with nursing. Also, I suggest nurses to establish the standardized language related to the implementational strategies. Translational science is for implementation. If we don't have standardized language related to the implementation process, translational science may not be useful as we expect. Also, we should further develop the methods for implementation science. As I mentioned, in the literature, we have a lack of methods for implementation science in nursing. We don't know how we can define the intervention dose, and we don't know how we can measure the relationships between doses and responses. So we should establish the method for translational science in nursing. I mean, we have some, but we should further develop the methods. Finally, I want nurses to consider contextual and structural factors that affect implementation process. As I mentioned in the literature, it was clear that there are several contextual factors that could impact the implementation process in nursing. There should be more than them. We need to work on what are contextual and structural factors that could influence the implementation process of translational science in nursing. So, translational science continues to provide multiple opportunities for nursing scientists and practicing clinicians to address application of evidence in practice to improve care delivery, patient outcomes, and population health. So translational science is obviously needed in nursing. In conclusion, caring is the raison d'etre of nursing science, and translational science is for caring by providing the best evidence and implementation strategies. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Im, for the inspiring talk. Is there any questions from the audience? You can type in your question in the chat room on YouTube. Well, because of the time constraint, I think we need to move on to the next talk. Would it be okay with you, Dr. Im?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our second keynote speaker is Dr. April Oh. Dr. Oh is a senior advisor for implementation science and health equity in the implementation science team in the office of the director at the National Cancer Institute in the United States. She served as a program director in the National Cancer Institute Behavioral Research Program with research interests in multi-level health communication, implementation science, social determinants of health, neighborhood and policy effects on community health and obesity-related behaviors. The title of her talk is Advancing Health Equity Through Implementation Science, moving our evidence base in action for all. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Oh.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this conference. I'm really excited to join this group. I just want to do a quick check. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, it's not the notes pages, it's the slide.
Oh, I can see full screen. I can't see, yeah. But the layout
Okay, let me
looks a
swap.
little weird, Dr. O.
Stop display.
Oh, yeah, no,
Ready.
now it's
okay.
perfect. Yes.
Is that better?
Oh.
Okay, all right, great. Okay. All right. So thank you so much again for inviting me to speak and join all of you here at the nursing conference. My name is April Oh, and I'm Senior Advisor for Implementation Science and Health Equity. So during my time with you today, I want to share some perspectives, but I just wanted to share this disclaimer that the views are my own and do not reflect my employer, the National Cancer Institute. So I am particularly excited to join this group here today. You are the scientists, the leaders, and the practitioners that our world needs right now. The fact that this particular theme on translational science was picked at this moment of time is incredibly important and says a lot about the desire and interest in leadership among all of you. So our communities right now do not have the patience or the time to wait to receive the benefit of all of the incredible research and contributions that you have available given your research, science, and practice. And after 2 years in the global pandemic, with many millions of lives lost, our science needs to move faster. We need to communicate and reach more people. We need to touch more communities, and we need to work to contribute to our world's recovery as we understand and create our new norms as our world moves beyond the pandemic in different areas around the country. So your leadership skills and tools are exactly what is most needed for our communities right now to heal, have better health, and to grow. I also want to note that our time in the pandemic really magnified what many of us already know about the stark inequalities, racism, and hate that are built into our structure, embedded in our histories. And this is an issue in the United States, but perhaps this is a familiar issue for many of you across the world, including impacts of similar impacts related to colonialism and income inequalities. So before I begin, moving the discussion on moving our research into practice and expanding our evidence base more quickly to reach more people in an equitable way, I want to share a little bit about my own worldview, because that shapes a lot about some of my perspective and some of the things that I'll be sharing today. So first, on the left side of the screen, you'll see that part of my lens is shaped by the fact that I'm a Korean American, I'm a woman, I have a family, children. I have the privilege of having good health. I was born and raised in the United States, but my family is definitely more of an immigrant family. So we had that immigrant experience growing up, and it's certainly a part of my own identity and lens that I see. I grew up in the South in the United States, and that certainly has its own histories and impacts on my own observations in terms of public health and the impacts of societal racism on people's health and well-being. I've always worked in community health and health promotion, with my career really dedicated to public health. And I have strong values towards justice, a lens towards hope that we can achieve those goals for justice together. And that also we can do that with a lot of creativity and innovation. So I have on the right side, just so all of you know, I was really excited to be able to see all of you in person, but being online, just want to show that I am sitting in my home outside of Washington, D.C., which is about 14 hours away on flight. to Seoul, to all of you and to those around the globe too who may be joining if we were meeting in Seoul. So in my remarks, I am going to focus on 3 different areas as we think about moving that, applying some of this lens and then moving our research into practice, then using implementation science as a tool to move evidence to action, and advance health equity through equitable implementation. Okay, so let's go into moving into evidence into practice and using implementation science as a tool. So ultimately, we know that we want to get the work in nursing research used, and we want to impact community and clinical practice. And sometimes, in the words of Grohl and Grimshaw, sometimes the step from best evidence to best practice is really simple. It's very straightforward. It's an innovation that people easily pick up and use. However, most of the time, that's not really the case. And we actually need various strategies to be able to target the different obstacles that can come up in trying to get people to adopt or uptake a particular innovation. And certainly there's many different levels of impact and barriers that can impact that process. This comic on the right side really makes light of some of the challenges that we have as scientists, right? The latest research shows that we should really do something with all of this research. And many of us produce products and work really hard in our laboratories, in our communities, and in our writing. And we're very, very good at building the evidence base. But how can we move that into action? And how can we get people to start to really benefit from that work that you've been producing? One of our biggest challenges in health and public health is getting our evidence-based interventions, guidelines, practice recommendations into everyday clinical practice. And this has certainly contributed to health disparities and health inequalities. So this slide illustrates that problem in moving innovations into practice. So what it displays here are findings from a study from Baylis and Bourne, and it's a little older, it's from 2000, but it does illustrate the point. So this is the publication pathway. Let's just assume that the end product of our research is a high impact publication. And what happens next? What you see in the middle is the rough publication pathway here. We complete our original research, we submit it for publication, hopefully it's accepted, published, and gets into various databases, and ultimately informs the basis for guideline development, systematic review, and hopefully gets into implementation there at the bottom of the screen. But on the left side, you see we start to lose some of the valuable evidence. It's been increasingly difficult to publish negative findings, for example. And sometimes our studies are small and it doesn't get picked up in larger surveys of the literature, so then there's some more drop off. And sometimes studies just get lost. The right side of the picture estimates how long it takes to get through each one of these steps. And so the conclusion from Baylis and Bourne is, which some of you may have seen, is that ultimately it takes 17 years to turn 14% of original research to the benefit of patient care. Now that is a long time, and our communities are waiting for the science. And so while these results are actually from 2000, for cancer prevention and control, this actually hasn't changed that much. So in a recent study by colleagues in the implementation science team at NCI, did an evaluation, looked at the literature and evidence base for some key cancer control prevention behaviors and guidelines. Mammography screening, clinicians' advice to quit smoking for adult smokers, colorectal cancer screening for adults, cervical cancer screening and HPV testing for women, HPV vaccination. And in that evaluation, they found that still, even post that 2000 study, even now in 2019, when the study was published, that number hasn't quite changed so much. In fact, it's about 10 to 12 years, depending on the various innovation. So some may ask the question, well, what if it's because we don't have the right interventions. We actually don't know what the evidence base is. So we do need that publication and continue testing of the right interventions. Well, we need to think about moving beyond the evidence for efficacy and effectiveness. And so here's some reasons why. Evidence-based interventions are only as good because the problem goes beyond the strength of the evidence for effectiveness. So an intervention is going to be only so good as how and to whether it is adopted by different systems and different communities. We also have to make an effort to identify those practitioners who can then be trained to deliver that intervention. And not just that, but we could do a better job of engaging and training providers. But not just that, we need to be sure that once those trained providers are able to provide the intervention, that they can reach all those people who could potentially benefit from it. And even if we only get halfway there at each of these steps, even with perfect access, adherence, dosage, and maintenance, we're still only down to a fraction of the benefit that we thought we were going to get with that magic intervention. And again, we need to make sure we don't assume that each of these steps are going to happen by themselves. So that's where implementation science can come in. Implementation science can be applied as a tool to help facilitate moving that evidence more quickly into action. So what is implementation science? At NIH, we have a definition for implementation science. It intends to bridge that gap between research, practice, and policy by building that knowledge base about how health information, effective interventions, and new clinical practice guidelines and policies are communicated and integrated for public health and healthcare service use. It's different from dissemination research, which is the study of targeted distribution of information, but really we're delivering that content for others to kind of pick up. And the intent there is to really understand how best to communicate and integrate that knowledge into evidence-based interventions. Implementation research is the scientific study of the use of strategy to adopt and integrate evidence-based health interventions into clinical and community settings to improve individual outcomes and population health. Another way to think about it, because implementation science, sometimes people think about implementation practice or implementation of something. But with implementation science, because we also do so much in talking with our communities and our stakeholder partners, it's really important to be super clear about what we mean about it. So Dr. Curran has shared this slide, and I encourage folks to use this slide in any of your talks. As you're talking about implementation science and as you're thinking about it. So this is how he describes implementation science in more non-scientific language. The intervention, practice, or innovation is the thing. Effectiveness research looks at whether that thing works. Implementation research looks at how best to help people and places actually do the thing. And implementation strategies are the stuff that we do to try to help people and places do the thing. So they could be trainings, they could be technical support, they could be EMR or electronic medical record prompts. Main implementation outcomes are how much and how well they do the thing. So I hope that is helpful. Another way to think about implementation research, we try to really draw the contrast between what we're typically used to seeing in clinical trials, which tend to focus on the what, as seen on the left side, and all the way to the right, the health outcomes that we're actually trying to improve. So most clinical trials are predicated on this idea that if we focus on the left side and then we focus on the right, we will automatically get the answers that we need to get the innovation out and working. But if we jump over the important middle section, that is the question of how do we get people to use the thing or the innovation. The implementation strategies are the pieces that support the ability of those interventions delivered in a whole variety of settings that we want to consider in delivering the interventions. And importantly, what are the implementation outcomes? So if we get implementation right, we should see that our interventions are deemed feasible, that they are acceptable, that to the populations using them, that they reach as many people as possible, that they are sustained over time and have high rates of uptake, and that if we're that we are also understanding the costs. So when we start to focus more on implementation science, what we're ideally seeing beyond the usual is that we can have an influence on implementation outcomes, which then has a benefit on the service system and also at the population level. These tools in implementation science offer an opportunity to advance health equity by advancing equitable implementation of innovations. But also, applying an equity lens is essential in implementation science to reduce health disparities. And just to clarify what we mean by implementation strategies, those are the strategies we use to ensure and enhance that adaptation, implementation, and sustainability. So I mentioned health disparities and health equity a couple of times, and I think it's really important that we are really clear about what that definition is as we continue moving forward and thinking about how implementation science could be used as a tool to advance equity. So health disparities and health equity, you've probably seen many different definitions, but one definition that we use at the NCI is the disparity is truly just the difference that is closely linked to a social or economic disadvantage, and it adversely affects groups of people who have systematically experienced greater social or economic obstacles to health based on race, ethnicity, religion, socioeconomic status, gender, and multiple other characteristics. Health equity is attainment of the highest health for all people. Achieving equity requires valuing everyone equally with a focused and ongoing societal efforts to address avoidable inequalities, historical and contemporary injustices, and elimination of health disparities. So why is an equity lens important in implementation science? So first, our evidence-based interventions, or EBIs, may be inequitably applied to those with more resources. It is possible that interventions that are developed are also developed in contexts and organizations where there are more resources than organizations that have less resources. So it's possible that as we're implementing, we may not be equitably implementing the programs. Pragmatic approaches, these are sort of real world approaches. These require an understanding of history, local resources, and also recognition of the local capacity that can impact disparities and sustainability. And the other piece that's really important in thinking about that equity lens is stakeholder or community engagement. This is an essential component of any implementation model or framework, and certainly that community engagement voice is a really important piece around empowerment, around building trust, around also building sustainability towards implementation. An emphasis on context and multi-level approaches where you're targeting not just an individual, but where they live, who their families are, the policies that impact their everyday lives and their lived experiences. Those are all intersecting systems which can pose barriers or facilitators to implementation. So, moving towards advancing equity through implementation science. What is equitable implementation? So, equitable implementation on the right side of the screen occurs when strong equity components, including thinking about an explicit attention to local culture, history, values, and the needs of the community, are integrated into the principles and tools of implementation science to facilitate quality implementation of effective programs for a community or group of communities. And I would also add that an equity-related outcome is really explicit throughout the process of implementation for equitable implementation. So on the left side of the screen, you kind of see a graphic that kind of walks through sort of the implementation process or things to consider with implementation. So first, what is the innovation? It could be an intervention, a tool, or a program. And a key question when thinking about equitable implementation is this existing innovation or availability of interventions addressing or exacerbating a health disparity? This is the time when there's that environmental scan or talking to community partners to ask, where are the innovations being implemented? Where are they been delivering? Who is getting them and who is not getting these innovations? What are the implementation challenges? These could be either an innovation is underused. That means that not enough people are getting it, especially those who could benefit from them, or they may be overused. We're delivering the innovation to those who are not benefiting from the innovation any longer. Are there inequalities when considering that are part of the context that are creating those barriers for those implementation challenges? Thinking about who's affected. It's the policy environment, the community environment, the healthcare system, the providers, the individuals. Are there key opportunities here to engage stakeholders as we're thinking about who's infected? And then how do we improve implementation? And there's some examples of implementation strategies: interactive assistant, adapting and tailoring based on implementation needs, supporting practitioners, empowering them to effectively implement an innovation, engaging consumers. What are the right strategies and how can we involve stakeholders to be able to do the thing? And then how do we know if implementation is successful? As part of that evaluation of whether implementation is successful, looking at acceptability, uptake, cost, fidelity, and sustainment. It's also really important to, in that evaluation process, to determine how much and how well was the innovation actually implemented, who benefited from it, and are we not exacerbating any disparities or inequalities? And that's part of the evaluation of the disparities and equity piece. So I'd like to highlight a few key areas or takeaways from this discussion in thinking about advancing health equity using implementation science as a tool, some key considerations. And I'm going to focus those around the social determinants lens to implementation, thinking about structural racism and anti-racism. I think in a global context, you could also certainly think about the role of colonialism in those pieces, and then also engagement and power among those end users of our innovations. So first, I have a sort of 5 key ingredients to consider. First is applying a social determinants of health lens to advance equity. So social determinants of health, these are the conditions in the environment for which people are born, grow, live, learn, work, play, and age. And they're the wider set of forces and systems that shape the conditions of daily life. And you've probably seen different models of this. The World Health Organization in the US, the Centers for Disease Control, has also a framework around social determinants of health. I really like this image here, though, because it starts to identify some of the social determinants as really those living conditions, and it identifies and articulates that those conditions really have an impact on the community level, on individual lifestyle factors, and that one's age, sex, and other constitutional factors are certainly interact with those pieces as part of their lived experiences. So some key considerations to think about when incorporating that social determinants of health lens into implementation sciences, that contextual inquiry. What are the different social determinants of health within the context of the population with whom we are working with to deliver the innovation? And what are the opportunities to leverage multi-sectoral collaboration when we're thinking about sustainability? It's not just the health system's impact. It's people who may or may not have housing. It may be a food security issue that's also exacerbating or reinforcing different structural challenges related to implementation. And these can all be captured or considered as we are identifying our measures, our methods, our evaluation approaches, how we're designing our study to take more of a multi-level approach to take into account those different systems. Who are the stakeholders that we engage? Thinking about the adaptations and certainly feasibility, cost, and fidelity, other key important implementation outcomes. As we were thinking really about those social determinants and thinking about the social determinants lens, my colleagues, Dr. Rachel Shelton, Prajakta Adsula, and I start to dig deeper into structural racism, particularly as one social determinant of health. And in the US context, there are recent calls from leadership, organizations, and the broad public to address structural racism. So in 2021, we worked together to identify 3 key calls to the implementation science field on thinking carefully about how to include social determinants, but specifically structural racism and that lens and how it influences those determinants. So recommendation 1 is to include structural racism in the implementation frameworks, models, and related measures for research focused on racial and ethnic health disparities and health equity. And second, that multi-level approach is really essential to identify how the structural social components really start to impact individual and organizational behavior. And thinking about those pieces as you're selecting the innovation and thinking through the adaptation and implementation process. And then finally, in recommendation 3, applying a transdisciplinary and intersectoral lens to it, identifying collaborations. As Dr. Im mentioned, the importance around team science, and that's certainly a key component when addressing anything related to social determinants of health, because they are so systems related and can be reinforcing. Following this work, we offered the beginning of a dialogue and tool for researchers to take an anti-racist approach to implementation research. Anti-racism refers to a conscious decision to make frequent, consistent, equitable choices that require ongoing self-awareness and self-reflection in one's own personal conduct, work practices, and sociocultural experiences and expression. Well-meaning and committed people often define and practice anti-racism really differently, but it's really important and essential in this anti-racism lens to really do that self-reflection and think about the different lived experiences of the populations that you're working with. It often also includes a structural analysis that helps people to recognize that the world is controlled by systems with traceable historical roots that harm some and benefit others. I really encourage folks to, if you're really interested in this, and to read some of Derek Griffith's work as well on colonialism, which can have a broader global interest. So second is bringing that health equity lens to implementation strategies. I've mentioned implementation strategies a couple of times and shared what those could look like, but just really quickly again, implementation strategies are those methods or actions that aim to overcome the implementation barriers, increase the pace and effectiveness of implementation, and also sustain interventions over time. So some key ingredients to think about with an equity lens related to implementation strategy development is think about strategies that increase trust between the researcher, the community partner, the clinician, and other stakeholders that really build on partnerships to create ownership of the implementation strategy and of the implementation process, thereby increasing capacity of practitioners who may be the end users, or patients who may be the end users of the innovation. Consider those organizational, institutional, and policy changes that can address inequalities within the systems. Many implementation strategies and many of our interventions operate within organizational policies that can change over time. So considering those different contexts, and also how they can shape inequalities within a system are important to consider. And then also recognizing local assets and build capacity and sustainability. By local assets, it's thinking about what resources are available that could help promote implementation versus coming in with, say, for example, high touch, high technology interventions in a low research setting, so that when the grant funding or the project ends, the innovation is no longer really accessible to that community any longer. I've mentioned community or stakeholder engagement a couple of times, and I think I've alluded to the role of power. And I think that's a really important piece when we're thinking about equity. Researchers, we all have a lot of power. Scientists have a lot of power. Nurses, you have a lot of power. practitioners have a lot of power. You have information, knowledge that patients and communities may not have. So as part of an equitable approach, it's how can we communicate the science that we're doing, but also engage them in the decision-making, in identifying which innovations we want to implement. What aspects of that intervention are not culturally acceptable to me, or which aspects of the innovation are not really feasible for our organization. So some key considerations to think about are what goals can we set to promote meaningful community participation and engagement and implementation of evidence-based interventions. And for me, I'm particularly interested in cancer prevention and control, but you could also think about that for diabetes management. You could think about that for other chronic disease or other innovations as well. How are we examining power in science? And power has such a huge role also in building trust between ourselves and the researcher and as the research community, as well as the patients and the broader community that we want to serve, keeping in mind the history and the disempowerment that certain communities have experienced, whether indigenous, whether based on race, ethnicity, whether based on disability status or income. And what is our role in equitable communication of information and knowledge translation? I know many of you have probably dealt with on a day-to-day basis. We all dealt with this, with the challenges around misinformation related to COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccination. What is our role in sharing information and data sharing? That can go a long way in terms of building health literacy and engagement and trust. So with community engagement, and many of you probably practice community engagement, so I'm probably preaching to the choir a bit on this. We conduct interventions or implementation development process with, for, and in partnership with the community. And one type of community engaged approach in research is community-based participatory research, or CBPR. And that's grounded in the development of an intervention or in implementation approach among individuals and settings that will actually use that intervention or use that innovation. And there's a particular attention with this approach on flexibility, on costs, on complexity, on relevance of the work, appropriateness of the work to the community, on that social and cultural context, and really amplifying and underscoring local strengths and solutions. I have a link here below, and I will share that also with the conference organizer so you can more easily click and not type it all in. But there's an engagement bibliography and tool that we have at NCI that I encourage folks to look at if you want to look at other tools related to community engagement or CBPR and implementation science. But I also have different examples here on this slide, which was from Dr. Anna Bauman. So I want to give her credit for that. The fourth piece to think about is the what. So we talked about the what or the thing, that innovation, that intervention, that evidence-based intervention that we want to implement. So with that equity approach, it's important to think about how those interventions were developed, who's selecting the intervention, who's deciding we're going to implement this one. Also the adaptation process. If we've all agreed that this particular innovation is really important, stakeholders are engaged, what are the adaptations that are necessary in order to implement that particular intervention with a community? So these are some important questions to ask. What have you considered as the evidence? What counts as evidence? And for whom is an intervention evidence-based? These are just important considerations as you're framing that conversation with the community about a particular innovation that you're looking to implement. And so some of those considerations, both that the community partners could have, or you could have as you're thinking through and talking through implementation, is whose perspective have you considered? And who was involved in the development, selection, and adaptation of the intervention? So community engagement, bringing in that other tool number 3, community engagement from beginning to the end could help determine and identify feasibility and acceptability of that innovation or the thing. Community defined evidence across a range of social and community settings. By that, I mean, what are the things that have worked in the past? And looking at other community contexts and identifying what worked in this context? What adaptations have been necessary? What can we learn and leverage from? And thinking about also, as you're looking at innovations and the evidence space, expand the purview of evidence beyond traditional EBIs to think more upstream too, for example, like thinking about policy innovations, thinking about housing innovations, because those can certainly impact health as well. I have on the bottom right side evidence-based cancer control programs. This is an evidence base of different interventions that are ready for scale up and pick up adoption. And we also have some tools there to think about implementation. So I mentioned adaptation, and I just wanted to go through really quickly some adaptation considerations. So it might be that your community or your community partner or your health system has identified that they want this particular evidence-based practice, recommendation, or innovation. They are ready and they need your help to test and develop the adaptations that are needed for that innovation. So an adaptation is going to be any change or modification to a program or strategy. And this can be intentional through an implementation trial, or it can be unexpected. This is sometimes things that just happen in the field. And this figure is from my colleagues, Dr. Chambers and Dr. Norton. And what they identified are some of those key considerations around adaptations that can happen. They can happen when you are in the service setting area. Who's going to deliver the intervention? It might be that it was a physician in one context. It could be a nurse in another context. It could be a patient navigator in another context. Certainly thinking about financing, who's paying for it, whose time, what are the workflows that may or may not be appropriate for one context versus another. The target audience could be adapted. This is something that I see a lot in different grants, where when innovation really works, for example, for women, and now we are going to look at that innovation in men, or we're looking at older men or younger women. And so that may be an adaptation. The mode of delivery, say, for example, a curriculum is delivered in person on paper, but then we're in a pandemic. Can we adapt that innovation, that curriculum, so that now it's delivered online to reach more people? Cultural adaptations, thinking about cultural sensitivity of the content, the images that are used, whether or not the messages are consistent with a particular community's belief systems. And then also the core components of an intervention identified. It's possible that some of those core components need to be tested further, and identifying that the mechanism of action in one population is not necessarily the mechanism of action in another population. And so an adaptation sort of implementation study would study the impact of those various adaptations and think about sort of how they impact health equity and equitable implementation. You know, given our changing times, I feel like sometimes I wake up and it's one day, and then the next day it's something completely different, because of things keep on fluctuating in our pandemic environment, and certainly in our political and social environment as well. So we have to recognize that we are in a dynamic system, and we need that continuous evaluation so that we are making sure that we are not inadvertently exacerbating inequalities or inadvertently exacerbating health disparities. These are two example frameworks that in implementation science that really try to address and capture some of that dynamic system within which our implementation work resides. So both of them really focus on sort of that continuous, almost like this continuous quality improvement, rapid cycle testing, that data that are collected are continuously fed back and used in order to inform the next steps within an implementation research question. And then I also want to share the sort of the sixth recommendation when thinking about advancing health equity through implementation science. And Dr. Im did a great job of laying out several large theories, mega theories, and other theories to consider. But I loved her point, which was to emphasize the role of theory so that we can start to identify what those mechanisms of change are. And for any equity and implementation science related area, because this area continues to grow and it's growing so rapidly, if we're to build this evidence base, if we're to really understand what different implementation strategies, what is the contextual inquiry, what are the levels that need to be impacted, what are the adaptations that we need in order to meet our community's needs and change that gap from 17 years down to 3 or even 5, 5 or even 1 year. What are the things that we need to do? And so that's where our theories come in so that we're better able to measure, but really thinking about what are the constructs that are within the model that are equity related, and then being very explicit about what the equity outcome is going to be. So there are some key challenges as we move forward in this space, but there's also a great opportunity, as I mentioned, particularly because this field and area continues to grow so rapidly. So one of the key challenges we always hear, and which probably as you're thinking about this in your own work, is some of the limitations we have around evidence-based interventions, that we are limited in terms of those structural and social determinant related interventions. Those are the sort of systems change. How do you change housing? How do you change a health system? How do you change structural racism? Those evidence-based interventions are certainly growing. We are starting to see more of an evidence base at NIH, and there's definitely a big investment and interest in investing in social determinants of health. There's a large initiative called COMPAS that is really focused on investment in structural interventions. So we anticipate that that evidence base is going to grow, but it does remain a challenge in terms of having our innovations go more quickly forward. And so we continue to build that evidence base. The other challenge is, but this is also the opportunity, that evidence-based interventions are not all tested with the populations that are most in need of those interventions or could benefit the most in terms of their health. So there may be a lack of bit of context. So for example, an RCT in a controlled environment, we often see that when that trial goes out into the real world, we may not get as much of the benefit as we have observed in the trial. And that's because people live in the real world. And there are other evidence-based interventions that may be tested, for example, in white populations. They may not work in Asian or predominantly Black or Hispanic populations because there's a need for that cultural adaptation. So this is a challenge, but it's also that opportunity for us to come and bring in that adaptation lens, but also community engagement to think about what key pieces need to be adapted. The other piece is that as we continue to grow, we are looking for more innovations around methods and approaches. Certainly, as I mentioned, that there is that dynamic environment, thinking about rapid cycle testing. How can we incorporate that more into developing the evidence base? How can we do more rapid cycle testing in implementation science? Thinking about those different approaches. And also measurement that becomes a big challenge. And certainly at NIH, we have a big initiative around data sharing too. And so if we have consistent measures, if we have that opportunity to have common data elements, if we have measures that are also culturally appropriate, and knowing when and where and how to do some of those measurements through the implementation process, that could certainly advance our field in terms of creating that evidence base around key implementation strategies. The big opportunity here, given those challenges, and I kind of alluded to that, is you don't necessarily have to be an implementation scientist. You do not have to be an implementation researcher. You do not have to have funding in implementation science in order to contribute and think about advancing equity through implementation science. What you can do as a practitioner and as a researcher is considering dissemination and implementation earlier in any of the work process. So for example, as we think about sort of that translational process, you know, that from clinically meaningful signal at the front end of the process, all the way to the right side at the end of a dissemination and implementation study. In considering dissemination and implementation science earlier, there are opportunities to think about across intervention development, refinement, and standardization, across feasibility and pilot studies, across efficacy studies, across comparative effectiveness studies, thinking about and asking questions about who is going to deliver this intervention as you're designing it. What is the fit with the ultimate patient population I want this innovation to see and to affect and impact? Building in, as you're developing the intervention and testing, paths of training, supports that are needed for sustaining that intervention, for maintaining and supporting adherence, mediators and moderators of high quality delivery of that innovation. And thinking about hybrid designs, it is possible you could start to collect some pre-implementation data as you're doing some of that intervention development work. So implementation science training resources. I would be remiss if I didn't share a few resources that we have available on our team. We really want to promote and also be a resource to all of you. As you think about implementation science and implementation research and implementation practice, that is our goal, and our mission is to provide that training and capacity building for all of you. So here are some resources that we have, and we invite everyone to engage with our team. We have blogs, we have a monthly newsletter, we have lots of tools on our website. It is more researcher oriented than practitioner, but we also have a practitioner tool that I'm going to highlight later. We have various capacity building implementation science webinars, and they are all archived. And it's an extensive resource. You can dig into different implementation outcomes, for example, or different key emerging areas in implementation science, and look in that archive. And it's just a great opportunity to learn as well as to engage a bit. Explore our funding opportunities that we have. While most of the funding opportunities that we have on our website are domestic, we do have a Center for Global Health, and there is currently several implementation science related global health funding initiatives that are open right now. And then we also have practice related tools to help practitioners better understand, plan for, and implement evidence-based interventions. I'd also like to invite all of you to join our Consortium for Cancer Implementation Science. It's an annual working meeting. We just had the closing day earlier today. It's a 2-day meeting, and it's an opportunity to network. We have a group that's very much specifically focused on global implementation science. We have some tools available on this website. Really encourage you all to take a look. And also join us next year for the next consortium meeting. And it's open access. We do it virtually and also do record and share notes. Just some additional resources and tools. Dr. Im mentioned the RE-AIM framework, and I have that listed here. And there's a website so you can take a deeper dive look at that framework. Another example framework that's commonly used in implementation science is the Consolidated Framework for Implementation Research, and there's a technical assistance website listed here. As I mentioned earlier in the slides, we have that database of evidence-based practices and programs. Again, I mean, some of those programs even have toolkits to take a look at. Those are really nice resources in thinking about what the evidence-based innovation might be to implement in partnership with your community. And then also there's the scale-up guide from Expand That and Who. And that one is also really, it has more of a global lens and can be really helpful in thinking about scale up. And then there's the dissemination and implementation models in health research and practice tool that's listed in the last bullet. And that is an incredible resource because there's so many theories, models, and frameworks out there. How do I pick? And this is the website that can help you with that and also offers some technical assistance. We have implementation science at a glance on the left side, and this is a brief kind of summary for practitioners about implementation science. It goes through what implementation science is, some of the big theories, and then also defines all of the outcomes. It's actually been translated into Japanese, and would love if folks, anyone is interested in translating this guide for in other languages to reach other countries and people, please let me know. We would love that resource to be more broadly accessible. And we also have an open access training called TIDER, Training Institute in Dissemination and Implementation Research in Cancer. By open access, I mean we have all of the training modules available on YouTube. So you can get that training on YouTube. It's freely available to all of you, including all the resources. But there's also an implementation science video library that's also open access. That's led by Dr. Rachel Shelton, Rachel Tabak, and Dr. Ross Brownson that I also want to refer all of you to as well. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or anyone on our implementation science team. If you visit our website or send us an email here, you'll be able to reach us. And I also just want to acknowledge the team in contributions to this slide and all of the work that they've contributed to this, growing this space, and also supporting the opportunity to really think carefully about bringing that equity lens into how we do implementation science research. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Dr. O, for the informative speech and for accommodating the changes in the schedule. And we actually received a few questions in the chat room through YouTube, and I'm just going to read those to you. So one of our doctoral students asked, she first says that she appreciates your thorough explanation on implementation science and the information about the resources. And during your talk, you mentioned several times multi-level approach, and she's not clear about that and wants some clarification.
Oh, that is an excellent question. Thank you so much for asking that and the opportunity to clarify. So by multi-level, I am referring to thinking about sort of a social ecological model. And that means thinking about the individual that's embedded within a family, and the family is embedded within a community, and the community is embedded within a larger system. And that system also has policies. So by multi-level, I mean that an intervention might be intervening at both the individual level, so they're individual level, at the family level, and at the health systems level. So there's multiple different targets for the intervention, and also consideration for how they interact.
Great, thank you. And also one of our faculty members, Dr. Kyung-Suk Lee, asked about partnership. So you said like finding the partner who are willing, so she said actually finding the partner who's willing to collaborate on a project can be difficult for an individual researcher. So could you share any tips for that?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. That is something that takes a lot of time. And I think that can be a major barrier sometimes, especially for investigators who are moving into a new area, or junior investigators who are new to a community or new in establishing a relationship. So I think one of the key pieces that I have learned in developing partnerships is that it takes a lot of time investment and developing a trusted relationship. One of the key pieces is understanding what the community partner needs. What are their interests? And then identifying what are the skills and what is the research that you can bring to help meet the community partners' needs. Also being really transparent about who is doing what in that community partnership. And it also really helps to identify sometimes that their interests and needs may not be related. For example, if you have a diabetes related intervention, but they're not necessarily interested in diabetes, they may actually be interested in some of the challenges around getting schools to open, for example. Is there any way that you could marry their interests with your interests and think about doing both? Some of our successful community engaged research projects also, or investigators, a lot of them have a long history of working with the communities, either volunteering with them, developing those trusted relationships by trying to really understand what the needs that they have, and then also building on the assets that they have within the community. We do have some suggestions within our cancer, the CCIS, that consortium link that I shared. There are some resources and some recordings that we have around building community partnerships.
Thank you so much. I think that's all for your presentation, and thank you again. And on the, I have an announcement to make. On the original schedule, we had a break before the next session, but due to the unexpected delay in the schedule, we will proceed without a break. And also there will be no lunch break so that we can end the program at 2:40 as scheduled before. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience these changes will cause, and thank you for understanding. Now we will have a very interesting presentation in which two speakers will present on their success story. The first speaker is Dr. Barbara Mayer, who is an Executive Director of Professional Nursing Practice and Clinical Improvement at Stanford Medical Center. She is also a Clinical Assistant Professor at Stanford University. Dr. Mayer's research aims to provide safe and high-quality treatment at the bedside while enhancing the capacity for improvement. And the second speaker is Ms. Patricia Britt, who is a Director of Professional Practice and an Interim Director of COVID-19 Clinical Practice Response at Stanford Healthcare. Ms. Britt's scope of practice includes providing department leadership for professional practice, working in partnership with nursing, the healthcare team, and hospital system leaders to develop a quality practice setting that support professional nursing and quality patient care. Dr. Mayer and Ms. Britt will be speaking on the Evidence-Based Practice Center, building improvement capability at the bedside. Let's welcome our speakers.
Good evening or good morning to you all. Good evening to us here in California. Thank you for inviting us to share our journey with you on creating our Evidence-Based Practice Center. I'm going to share my screen so that you can follow along with the slides. Oh, don't do that. All right. And if you can't see the screens, please let me know. It looks like we're okay, so we'll go on from here. Again, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here with you today and to talk a bit about how we went about building our Evidence-Based Practice Center here at Stanford. If I can get the slides. All right. So just a bit of an overview of the kinds of things that we want to talk about with you today. Talking a bit about the key steps in developing the structure and the resources to support the implementation of evidence-based practice within our nursing department. talk a bit about the barriers to implementing our center and some of the things that we did to overcome them, and also to provide some insight into how we see the center progressing in the future. But first, a bit about Stanford Medicine itself. We are located in Northern California, in what's known as Silicon Valley, or very close to San Francisco, which gives a little bit of a landmark for folks. We're very well known, both the university and the hospital, for our clinical research and treatments in oncology, brain disorders, advances in heart, lung, and solid organ transplant, and other surgical and medical conditions. As a quaternary care facility, we see the very sickest of the sick here in our region. The goals of the organization from the medicine and nursing perspective are threefold: healing humanity through science and compassion, being the provider of leading edge care, and becoming the best at getting better. And that's really where our evidence-based practice center comes in to play. Some of the things that we offer here at the organization, we have 605 beds currently, and 101 of those are our intensive care unit beds. The remainder are what we call acuity adaptable beds, meaning that we can accommodate any level of care within those remaining beds, with the exception of ICU, which would still remain specific to that location. More recently, although we're licensed for 605 beds, more recently our census has grown tremendously to well over 700 patients on an average day, actually getting close to 800. So we're finding alternative care areas for those patients within the hospital. It's been challenging for us as the whole world, I think, is developing a nursing shortage. And so we're dealing with trying to find the staffing to take care of those patients as well. We also share our campus with a children's hospital that has 360 beds. We have 2 emergency departments. Our adult emergency department sees over 70,000 patients a year. Our pediatric emergency department, a little over 16,000 a year. We are the home of Lifelight as a level 1 trauma center. They are based here at Stanford and see 455 transports on an annual basis. We have 53 operating rooms, and we see probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 200, 250 surgeries per day in those 53 operating rooms on an average. We have a number of clinics, about 150 or so, and that continues to grow throughout the region as we expand into the outpatient world even more. And we see over 2 million patients a year from an outpatient perspective. And then, as I think most people are finding, video visits and managing patients remotely has increased tremendously with the onset of the COVID pandemic. And that service for us is growing tremendously as well, seeing almost 700,000 patients this past year. Nursing at Stanford is just phenomenal. I have worked in a lot of different hospitals here in the United States and visited many around the world. And Stanford, we have a saying here, it's uniquely Stanford, and it's very true. We have 3,643 nurses currently on our roster. Fully over 90% of them have a BSN degree or higher. And we are a 4-time magnet designated facility, working on our 5th magnet designation as we speak. The Division of Patient Care Services includes nursing, the Center for Education, the Office of Patient Care Research, clinical support services, including physical therapy, respiratory care, and case management, among other departments. The org chart that you see here is our professional practice and clinical improvement department, which falls within the Division of Patient Care Services. Our vision for professional practice and clinical improvement is to build a culture of clinical excellence and reliable care using compassion, quality, and evidence-based care to make that happen. As the executive director, I report directly to our chief nurse executive. I have 5 directors that report to me, and they oversee our clinical nursing practice, as well as specialty nursing practices like wound care and the vascular access team. And then our nursing quality department oversees nursing quality, safety, and regulatory alignment. We also have a new position that is associated with our Center for Evidence-Based Care, and that is our implementation scientist, a PhD prepared nurse scientist who's recently joined our team. We wanted to, as we looked at the research and what we were hearing from our own nurses here, things like, you know, it's just the way we do things here, or we've always done it that way, or that's the way the doctor wants me to do it. Sort of that tradition or habit, rather than basing things on actual evidence. And the research and literature really has demonstrated that that's not uncommon nursing practice in American hospitals. And so we wanted to set out to challenge those beliefs of, you know, this is how we need to do it because it's always been that way. And so we started about 3 years ago to really look at our practice and how can we support the use of evidence in changing our practice and maintaining our quality of care. So we started by adopting a definition of evidence-based practice, and this is a very common rubric for evidence-based practice that is used by a lot of centers based from the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. And it's basically threefold. The first component is best available evidence. So it's the evidence that is clinically relevant, has a sound methodology, and it's the highest level available. So it may not necessarily be hard research, a randomized controlled trial, or something along those lines. But it could be quality improvement, but we're looking for evidence that has rigor attached to it. So what we can find to support our practice at the best available level. And then taking into consideration the clinician's expertise, their education, their experience as a nurse with a particular patient population, their clinical skills, and how does that complement then the evidence. The third component of this particular model or definition is the patient and the context in which care is being provided. So it looks at the patient's preferences, their response to treatment or nursing care in the past, and how they have responded to that, and definitely where care is delivered. Is it in the ICU? Is it in the acuity adaptable unit? Are we in the emergency department? What is the environment like for that particular patient? So that was really the underpinning for moving forward with developing some goals and some principles for basing what we wanted to do with the Evidence-Based Practice Center. Our goals were really around making sure that we had excellence in our nursing practice, that we had structures and processes that really encouraged critical inquiry, to have our nurses asking the questions, to being comfortable with saying, why do we do this way? How come we don't try something new? Or, is there a reason why, we can't do this this way. And so we wanted to have an environment where nurses were comfortable doing that. We wanted to be able to support the staff in whatever way we could in evaluating their own practice, identifying where those gaps were, and then how to implement the best available evidence, how to find that evidence, how to implement it at the point of care. The principles that we wanted to adhere to were based then on those goals. So we wanted to make sure that we had all levels and all roles within nursing practicing based on evidence. So we're starting really, with our major focus being on the clinical side of nursing, but there's evidence to support the leadership and management of nursing practice, nursing care models, and basically all aspects of nursing and nursing roles. And so that's where we really want to make sure that we are supporting evidence for nursing in multiple areas, including our outpatient clinics, our non-inpatient areas like the operating room and the emergency department. So basically anywhere that nursing is occurring, we're hoping to influence the evidence base of that practice. We wanted to make sure that staff, again, at all levels, do understand and utilize improvement processes, and so that they can find the evidence and implement the evidence. We have, obviously, like most organizations, designated quality outcomes that we want to achieve. And so our goal, one of the principles is that we would set up our processes designed to meet those quality outcomes. From a quality improvement standpoint, standardization of tools and practices is one of the hallmarks. And so we wanted to create some tools that everybody could use to reach the outcome that we were looking for. And then we wanted to not have this be something totally separate and new and not linked to the other models and principles of practice here at Stanford. So alignment with the philosophical underpinnings here at Stanford was also very important to developing this model for the center. So we had our own models that included our professional practice model as well as the magnet model. And so you can see on the slide what some of those principles are related to those two models. But we also looked at a lot of different evidence-based practice models. We looked at Johns Hopkins, we looked at Ohio State, we looked at Iowa. We were affiliated for a while with the Joanna Briggs Institute model, and really studied these different models and found that none of them really fit exactly what we were looking for. So in looking at our professional practice model, our magnet model, or the definition we had adopted, the principles and goals that we had created for ourselves, and the other models that are out there around evidence-based practice, we then developed a model specifically for Stanford. This is the model that we created, and it's purposeful in its design, in that, being circular, it's meant to really reflect that concept of the continuous nature of practice evaluation and improvement based on evidence. So if you look in the middle of the model, the interlocking circles in the center of the model represent those three components of evidence-based practice: the best available evidence, the clinician's expertise and experience, and then the patient perspective. The triangle that surrounds those interlocking circles illustrates the foundation for implementation science around sustainability, dissemination, and really looking at and measuring how we are implementing our evidence-based practices and sustaining them and sharing as we find ways to do that in unique and innovative fashion. Surrounding that inner portion, you'll see the words practice, education, excellence, and research. And those reflect our shared governance structure and the components of our professional practice model. So tying those in as well. The arrows in between show that there's collaboration that drives that generation of new knowledge and the use of evidence that is described by the magnet model. And then finally, the red outer ring is internal and external factors that influence nursing practice. And those are some of the triggers that cause us to question and to reevaluate our practice as it is occurring here at Stanford. From there, once we had a model and a definition, we had some conversations with staff and heard some of the comments that they had made that I shared previously. And so really, I basically had talked to as many people in the organization as I could, our clinical nurse specialists, my directors in the department, and we looked at why we were not necessarily basing all of our practice on evidence. And also through literature review and brainstorming sessions, we came up with a number of root causes that we thought would be important for us to consider as we developed the Center for Evidence-Based Practice. And most of these are very similar to what you'll read in the literature around, why we don't base our practice on evidence and what do we need to do in order to make that happen. So some of the things that we found that were standing in our way were nursing at the bedside, not necessarily having knowledge of EBP principles or the time to actually implement evidence-based practices. We had no formal model, as I mentioned in the beginning. There was no clear pathway for having an idea and taking it through to actual implementation. There were multiple different ways and avenues to do that. Some were effective, some were not. There were no clear expectations by our nursing leadership that EBP was important, that it was something that should be at the top of our list of things to do. There was no formal structure that could support the nursing staff implementing evidence at the bedside. And we had a limited number of EBP experts within the organization. So from those root causes, we looked at what the key drivers then were for being successful in implementing evidence-based practices in the organization. And we identified 4 key areas or 4 key drivers. One was culture, and ensuring that we had a culture that valued EBP and that we communicated that to the rest of the organization, as well as within the nursing department itself. The second key driver was having simple structures and processes that would support the evidence-based practice journey, that we had resources to facilitate the use of evidence at the bedside, and that we had ways to engage our nurses and address some of the concerns that they had around knowledge about evidence-based practice, implementation of evidence at the bedside, quality improvement, and the time to be able to do that. So starting with culture, that was surprisingly, if you read anything about culture, you find that an organizational culture is sometimes very difficult to navigate. We were extremely lucky, and this was one of the easier parts of developing the center, and that was building a culture that valued evidence-based practice. Our chief nursing officer, he was on board from the very beginning and provided a lot of support for me and for my team to be able to go on this journey and develop the tools and resources that we needed for the center. It was a philosophy that he enjoyed as well as our other nursing executives. And so again, it was very easy for us to begin this conversation. We have since, as part of the culture, included this specifically in our nursing strategic plan so that it is discussed at the organizational level as well as at the unit levels. It's embedded in all of our policies and procedures, and we're doing a lot of presentations and communication to other parts of the organization now outside of nursing, and really looking at, as I'll talk about in a little bit, the future of evidence-based practice and the more interdisciplinary approach to this with some of our other colleagues on the healthcare team. We also knew that we needed to build a more formal structure and put some processes in place in order to be able to implement and support the work that needed to be done, and be able to bring in our bedside staff, our nurse managers, charge nurses, nurses at all levels. So we housed the Evidence-Based Practice Center within the Professional Practice and Clinical Improvement team because it was obviously reflective of the practice of our nurses at the bedside, but also very much about quality improvement. And as the executive director, I also oversee the center, which includes our coaches, which Patricia will talk about in a little bit, our implementation scientists that I mentioned earlier in this presentation, and our nurse evidence-based practice fellows. And we'll talk about the fellow program in just a moment. It's a key part of the process that we're wanting to implement with the center itself, particularly in building that capability in our bedside nurses at the point of care. So in order to do that, we wanted to develop a standardized process for how to implement evidence-based practice in the organization, particularly within the nursing department. So we developed, our nurses were very familiar with using the IHI model for improvement and the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. They were familiar with some of the lean principles, and these two models and the lean principles were embedded in the work that they were already doing. So this was in keeping with our principle of aligning with existing models and tools that were already being used in the organization. So drawing from those two models, the IHI model for improvement and the PDSA cycle, as well as the models from Johns Hopkins and Ohio State and Iowa, and then which built our own model from that, we took those concepts and built this implementation framework. And you can see that it's predicated on the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. And from there, we put in some details around what needs to happen within each of those portions of the cycle. So in the planning, there are 4 steps that we've included: asking the question, searching for the evidence, and appraising the evidence, and then coming up with the actual plan for implementation. And then you can see through the framework that we get to actually implementation, in the do section, and then from the study section, evaluating the change. And we're incorporating into that evaluation the principles of implementation science as well. So we're looking at how we implement evidence at the bedside from both the empirical outcome related to the patient and the practice, but also the outcomes around how we actually implemented it, and could we have done something different improvement wise, and what was successful, so that we can use those same practices as we go forward. And then finally, in the ACT section, not only identifying based on the study results, but what are we going to do? What are our recommendations? How can we scale the implementation to a larger audience? But also the responsibility of disseminating the information, either internally and or externally, and creating that ongoing sustainability plan within the PDSA cycle. The other thing that we added into the framework is some suggested tools in the light gray boxes. We created a lot of tools to help walk people through the process of implementation. So there's a lot of worksheets and instructional materials that are available for each of the steps to help move the process forward step by step. It was also really important for us to look at some roles and responsibilities of those key contributors within the center, so that we could optimize the work of each of those individuals and avoid any confusion as to who was responsible for what. So the center leadership team, which is myself and the implementation scientist and Patricia, our practice director, our role is really to promote evidence-based practice by ensuring that we have tools and resources, that we get the support and maintain the support from organizational leadership, that we have an ongoing plan for the center, and that we make sure that we have resources that will support the center and keep it sustained as well. The clinical nurses, their role is to understand what evidence-based practice is, what is our model and our implementation framework, and that they question their practice when it's appropriate, that they look to the evidence to guide their decision-making at the bedside, and help us to identify where those opportunities are. The coaches and mentors within the center are there to facilitate evidence-based practice through the synthesis of evidence and mentoring others. They serve as faculty and coaches within our educational programs around evidence-based practice, and they also contribute to developing our strategic and operating plans, and identifying along with our clinical nurses the opportunities that we have for improving our evidence base. And then finally, the evidence-based practice fellows. This is a group that is really designed to support evidence-based practice through implementation. And we'll talk more about this program in just a minute, but it's a group that goes through an intensive 6-month training and implementation course, and their role when they come out of the other side of that program is to serve as a champion for evidence-based practice within our organization, to promote those concepts with their colleagues on a daily basis at the bedside, to encourage their colleagues to ask questions, to be aware of what the literature is saying in terms of their particular specialty, be it oncology or neurology, surgery, critical care, wherever their clinical specialty is, to be that champion and to understand what the evidence is showing there. And then some of them will move on to become EVP coaches and mentors as well, and may even serve as evidence-based practice project leaders as we go forward with some of the opportunities we identified. We created a curriculum that's tiered. Essentially, it's sort of a very comprehensive curriculum, but it's built so that you can, in somewhat of a modular fashion, so that you can modify it for those that are beginners in evidence-based practice or those that are more advanced in their knowledge. There's a section for our leaders, how do our patient care managers at the bedside and our executive leaders at that level support evidence-based practice. What is it? What's their role? And how is it being implemented in our organization? And then the coaches, how do they then teach in that capacity evidence-based practice and how we do things within Stanford itself. We also have a series of self-paced modules online that are geared towards more of the implementation side, the quality improvement work. And then other things that we're planning on putting together are sessions on how to write for publication, how to create a poster, what are some basic statistics that you need to know for this kind of work. I mentioned some of our nurses and their comments around evidence-based practice. Some of the common things that you'll also find in the literature then that we found from our nurses as well. We talked a bit about not having the time to actually implement their new ideas. Also feeling like they don't really have the authority to change practice on their own. And we have a shared governance structure, and our practice and education council is a perfect setup for changing that perception. Also the inadequate resources, which we're remedying with the things that we've created to support them and the center. And also through our scholar program, our fellowship program, providing some paid time away from the bedside so that they actually can read the research and interpret the findings and implement changes at the bedside in a standard fashion. The other thing that we do enjoy here is a good relationship with our medical staff, but still there's a little bit of inconsistency in our physician understanding of nursing and evidence-based practice nursing. They have their own model for evidence-based medicine, and so working more closely with them and teams that are working on evidence-based medicine practices as well to incorporate a more interdisciplinary approach. So what we decided with our fellowship program, we call it the Science Fellowship. It's the Stanford Champions for Implementation and Evaluation of Nursing Care Evidence. It's a very structured program. They go through 12 hours a month for 6 months of paid time to do their implementation project. Built within that is 32 hours of didactic content, which is more of an interactive workshop format. We have monthly skill building sessions, the one-on-one coaching, and then at the end of the sessions, they come out with a project and do a presentation during our Nurse Week celebrations. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Patricia now, who's going to talk a little bit more about some of the other resources that we have for and structures for our Center for Evidence-Based Practice. So Trish, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mayer. So another important branch of our Evidence-Based Practice Center is a program is providing evidence-based practice coaching to our new nurse residents. And Stanford Healthcare's nurse residency program is actually accredited by the American Nurses Credentialing Center as a practice transition accreditation program, or PTAP accreditation. So with those criteria, the evidence-based practice program really demonstrates excellence in transitioning nurses into practice, and we benchmark our processes and outcomes of that nurse residency program with Vizient. So while evidence-based practice is part, sorry about that. While it's part of the curriculum within some of the schools of nursing, we know that as nurses are new and transitioning to the bedside, it can be really kind of a new experience for them, adapting into the context of that actual clinical care. So we, as Dr. Mayer already shared, we incorporate this tiered didactic training about evidence-based practice. It's included in 5 out of the 12 monthly sessions that those nurse residents attend. And then we create subgroups within that program of about 6 or 7 nurse residents that each work with an evidence-based practice coach. Within those subgroups, they're really able to dive in deeper into the patient population or level of care in which they work, and really are able to use the curriculum that is really scalable and are able to really develop their PICO question, appraise the literature in more depth as it relates to the care of that individual population that they serve. So we really look forward to sharing this newly revised curriculum with our current group of nurse residents beginning later this month. And these adaptations or improvements that we've made to the curriculum will really allow those nurse residents to take a clinical problem and then move it through the entire process to help improve patient outcomes or take on a topic around staff safety or satisfaction, but really kind of marrying both evidence-based practice and quality improvement together to improve the outcomes. As Dr. Mayer described, our evidence-based practice coach role is really a critical aspect of our EBP structure, and our coaches provide mentorship and coaching and act as change agents and clinical experts. So assigning those coaches to the smaller group of nurse residents has really enabled us to have a more personalized approach and focus on clinically relevant topics for those different service lines. So certainly highlighting among all of these roles, that mentor and change agent role, I think has been a really large portion of the coach's role with the nurse residents. Now, our primary evidence-based practice coaches are actually our clinical nurse specialists that we have that work within our inpatient patient care services division. And as described by the National Association of Clinical Nurse Specialists, CNSs are advanced practice registered nurses who provide diagnosis, treatment, and ongoing management of patients. They also provide expertise and support to nurses caring for patients at the bedside to really help drive practice changes throughout the organization and ensure that evidence-based care can help lead to those best possible patient outcomes. So CNSs have skills and expertise to really identify when there are gaps in healthcare delivery and can really help design and implement interventions and assess and evaluate those interventions to improve overall healthcare delivery. So we are using our CNSs as EBP coaches formally through the EBP Center programs, and then they have other roles of promoting EBP through advocacy and inquiry at the bedside, improving quality of care and patient safety, and then integrating evidence into policies, procedures, guidelines, as well as mentoring members of our Shared Governance Council. I know Dr. Mayer already shared a few examples here, but these are some just examples of some of the worksheets and tools and templates. We've created many of these templates to help facilitate the progress through EBP and the implementation process. And we also have poster templates available and links to library and resources that are both internal and external to Stanford. We have the benefit, as we are associated with or affiliated with the Stanford medical school that we actually have the Lane Medical Library, which is our medical school library, and those tools and resources are available to our nursing staff within the hospital. The library also provides access to journals and books and publications to really facilitate the review and appraisal of evidence to integrate into our practice. And we also have one of the librarians within the library who is assigned to nursing and available for consultation. Additional information about our center is accessible as well as the tools and templates on our internal intranet site at Stanford Healthcare. And we've provided a special email address that can be used to contact center personnel directly if anyone needs assistance. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Mayer to close out and finish our summary here. Thank you all for your attention.
Thanks, Trish. So as the slide shows, throughout this whole journey, there are things that I knew, but I learned all over again. Some of those things are particularly, however long you think it's going to take you to do something, it's going to take you a lot longer. So build that in. Expect the unexpected. You know, we ended up with a pandemic in the middle of all of this. We also had some internal issues within the hospital, and so we had to navigate around some of those as well. For us, it was very easy to get our executive leadership to buy into this process, but that's one of the first places that you'll need to start if you go on this journey of your own. And also from the other side, the nurses at the bedside, we want them to be utilizing these tools and resources. And so we needed to get their buy-in as well. And we did that through our shared leadership structure. Looking at research, how other people have done this and what they've learned, and pitfalls and things to avoid there. Communication, as always, widely and as often as you can, every opportunity. We had, our 30-second, what we call elevator speech, that few seconds that you have when somebody says, so what are you working on now? And you're there and ready to explain exactly what it is that you're looking for. And then this was all around change and implementing change within our organization. So looking at the change process and making sure that we went through all of those steps and didn't skip any of them. Some of the barriers that we encountered and that you'd want to watch out for are competing priorities. This was a big project, a culture change, and we all had other work that we needed to do related to the rest of our job, and there were times that this took a bit of a backseat to other things that became prioritized. So being prepared with your timeline and how to work around some of those. We also had a lot of changes to our leadership and some of our other personnel related to the work that we were doing with the Evidence-Based Practice Center. So we had to navigate around that. So not having things be on the shoulders of a particular person, that we had a team that is working on this and managing the center and the work of the center so that it isn't just one individual. Hopefully, some of the things that got in our way caused us to lose some momentum, but we kind of kept ourselves going. And as priorities came about, sometimes your resources became a little bit slim, but we were able to navigate some of those as well. From a future perspective, we want to continue to refine our EBP model. It's already been refined probably 5 times since I submitted the presentation for today. And I'm sure it will change again as we learn more about evidence-based practice and how we're implementing it here. We have another hospital part of our organization, and so we're beginning to reach out to extend our services to that hospital as well as to our outpatient clinics. We want to make sure that we offer our educational programs and the fellowship program frequently enough to accommodate those that are interested. And certainly build a more robust website so that it's easy to find the information that the groups are looking for. And then from a sustainability standpoint, the organization is extremely supportive of the center itself. But in order for us to really grow and implement some of the innovations that we're thinking of, we're looking for philanthropic funding or an endowment of the program so that it's sustainable over time. And so we're looking towards our partners in our philanthropy department to help us with that. So that is the journey that we took to get to our evidence-based practice center. And as we implement the newest curriculum with our new grad residency program and our first fellowship cohort, we're very excited to be able to see and realize all the work that we've put into this. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody for inviting us to share this journey with you, and for everyone who has been on the call today. And if you have any questions, Trish and I'd be happy to answer them for you, or you can email us at the email address on the screen, and we can answer them afterwards as well.
Thank you, Dr. Mayer and Ms. Britt, for sharing your success story. And also, I thank you for sharing your contact information, because we are a bit behind of the schedule. So I think we need to move along. And from the audience, if you have any questions to these wonderful speakers, you can send an email. Thank you. Now we have another set of interesting presentations on the translational partnership. For this presentation, we have two speakers who will tell us about their collaboration on a project. The first speaker is Ms. Seon Park, who is a head nurse at the Stem Cell Transplantation Unit in Seoul National University Hospital. Ms. Park has 16 years of experiences as a nurse and is interested in clinical data warehouse use and pressure ulcer care. And the second speaker of this session is Dr. Mi-hwa Park, who is a professor at Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences in Peking Union Medical College. Her primary area of research is nursing informatics, with a focus on drafting clinical data upon nursing care for patient happiness and well-being. These two speakers will tell us about their translational partnership titled Pressure Ulcer Nursing Intervention and Verification Using Clinical Data Warehouse. Ms. Seon Park will present first. Ms. Park, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, my name is Seon Park. It's an honor to present at this conference. Today, what I am going to present is about pressure ulcer nursing intervention and verification using clinical data warehouse. Our research began with the clinical nursing research planned presentation of the Seoul National University Hospital Nursing Department in 2019. At that time, in addition to a wound care nursing specialist who manages the entire hospital, the internal medicine nursing department was temporarily operating another wound care nursing specialist. So it was necessary to measure the effects to decide whether to keep a wound care nursing specialist for internal medicine wards only. The effects were confirmed by using clinical data warehouse, and the results were presented at the clinical nursing research results presentation of the Seoul National University Hospital Nursing Department in 2020. And then by supplementing and revising statistics and analysis, this study could be published in the International Wound Journal in 2022. Now, I'm going to present the literature review of previous studies about pressure ulcers, research methods, and introduction of Seoul National University Hospital's clinical data warehouse program briefly. First, I will present the literature review of previous studies about pressure ulcers. Pressure ulcers are localized damages to the skin and underlying tissues that usually occur over a bony prominence as a result of long-term pressure or pressure in combination with shear or friction. The incidence rates of pressure ulcer in South Korea were 3.2% in medical situations, 2.7% in general hospitals, and 8.2% in long-term care facilities. Pressure ulcers cause pain and act as a major factor that deteriorates the quality of life. They prolong the length of stay and increase various medical complications that could have been associated with increased morbidity and mortality rates. Moreover, both patients and medical institutions face significant economic burdens. Therefore, the prevention and early detection of pressure ulcers are considered to be of utmost importance. Prior research has developed and evaluated a pressure ulcer prediction model by identifying risk factors, such as decreased consciousness, skin integrity disorder, reduced movement, and nutritional consultation, etc.
Yeah, and then please share your slide. So first panel is
박수영 강사님,
네.
화면 공유가 안 돼서 그런데 화면
누가
공유를
들어왔나 본데, 그죠?
제가 임시적으로 했고요.
네.
화면 공유가 아까 안 된 상태에서 진행이 돼가지고 다시 한번 화면 공유 좀 부탁드릴게요.
잠깐만요.
Okay, I will.
됐나요? 보이세요?
네, 잘
Yes, we can
보입니다.
hear.
진행하시면 돼요.
예. 여기서 할게요. I'm sorry about these situations. I continue. In addition, some studies have recommended a systematic assessment of the risk factors and planning of interventions for preventing pressure ulcers. Moreover, interventions are recommended to alleviate the burden of work because of the lack of direct care time to facilitate the accessibility of the wound care nursing specialist and to improve the performance of pressure ulcers. Prior studies have reported the effects of preventive interventions for pressure ulcers, such as position changing and preventive dressing for patients in intensive care units. However, few studies have been conducted on patients in general ward. This study aimed to establish the effectiveness of preventive interventions for pressure ulcers provided by wound care nursing specialists in internal medicine wards. Second, I will present about research methods. This is a retrospective case counter study that compared the effectiveness of the preventive interventions provided by wound care nursing specialists on clinical outcomes. The study was approved by the Institutional Review Board of Seoul National University Hospital before data collection and analysis. Written informed consent was not required for CDW-based studies using anonymized data. In Seoul National University Hospital, preventive intervention against the pressure ulcers was provided via 2 routes. The first one was the general route provided by the ward nurses, which included position changing, massage, provision of pressure ulcer preventive mattress, and observation of skin condition. The other was the special route provided by the wound care nursing specialist, which included general pressure ulcer preventive interventions, pressure ulcer education, and wound care. And the time required for this intervention was approximately 30 minutes. If the nurse in charge decided on the need for the special pressure ulcer preventive intervention, a referral request was entered in the EMR wound care nursing specialist request sheet. The wound care nursing specialist confirmed the referral request in the EMR and planned the intervention based on the medical records. In the pressure ulcer report sheet, we selected pressure ulcer indicators from CDW, such as presence or absence, site, onset date, and first and last evaluation stages. We also retrieved related data such as inpatient date, pressure ulcer risk evaluation result, recording department, and recording date to verify the data. The study population included all adult patients over 18 years of age who were admitted to the internal medicine wards of Seoul National University Hospital from 1 July to 31 December 2019. Using the Braden scale, we categorized the patient with pressure ulcers into a risk group and a non-risk group. From this sample, we included the patients categorized into the pressure ulcer risk group and list ones. The Braden scale is a tool used to help health professionals, especially nurses, to assess a patient's risk of developing pressure ulcers by examining 6 criteria. Sensory perception, moisture, activity, mobility, nutrition, and friction and shear. Each category is rated on a scale of 1 to 4, excluding friction and shear, which is rated on a 1 to 3 scale. This totaled up to 23 points, with higher scores indicating lower risks of developing a pressure ulcer and vice versa. Data of approximately 10,579 patients admitted to the internal medicine wards were retrieved, and approximately 1,574 patients were evaluated as the pressure ulcer risk group and list ones. Of the total included cases, we excluded 110 cases that died during hospitalization, 5 who did not get discharged during the investigation period, and 44 who made life-sustaining treatment decisions. Thus, a total of 1,415 cases were included in the final analysis. Further, we separated the cases into 2 groups. The control group included the patients who were provided the preventive intervention for pressure ulcers by ward nurses, and the case group included the patients who were provided the intervention by ward nurses and the wound care nursing specialist. Finally, of the 1,415 cases, 366 were classified into the case group, and 1,049 were classified into the control group. data were obtained from the CDW that was synchronized with the EMR system as part of the usual clinical practice. We retrieve data from the CDW, including recording date, recording department, and precious risk evaluation. We retrieved the wound care activity reports provided by the wound care nursing specialist from the electronic nursing record database. Because the report data were only managed by the wound care nursing specialist through the ENR, the CWs did not contain this information. Thereafter, we merged the two data sets retrieved from the ENR and the CW based on patient's ID. Third, I will introduce the Supreme briefly. Seoul National University Hospital is a large urban tertiary care hospital in Seoul, South Korea. There are 1,793 beds for inpatients and about 9,000 outpatients visit this hospital per day. So vast amounts of clinical data are stored every day. The Seoul National University Hospital clinical data warehouse was developed in 2018. It was named Supreme. Supreme means Seoul National University Hospital Patient Research Environment. Supreme contains all the information from each visit, including not only routine clinical data such as the demographics, diagnosis, medication profiles, laboratory results, and length of stay of inpatients since 2001, but also electronic charts since 2004. Through the CDW, data related to research issues can be retrieved using queries. Now, let me give you a brief overview of the Supreme program. After logging in, you can select guide mode, power mode, or quote match. Guide mode aims for universal and easy search by applying the most common methods. Provides summary information by search condition, final patient group, gender, age, distribution, etc. If necessary, it can be switched to power mode. Power mode sets complex and various conditions and aims for more specialized search. It provides the gender and age distribution of the final patient group. It is not possible to switch to guide mode. Quote match periodically extracts data from a group of patients, managed for specific purpose, stores and manages it in a separate data mart. I want to try it in guide mode. First, set the hospital, gender, and date of birth. Second, set the search conditions for the case you want to search, such as diagnosis, specific orders, surgery names, specific nursing statements, etc. After designing the case, run query to look up the patient list. When a query is executed, the subject area container of query flow is displayed as text. And data that meets the conditions of the subject area is retrieved from each tab. The result summary visualizes the number of data cases by subject area as summarized information. And the monthly yearly data distribution is also displayed. And the progress of the inquiry is indicated in %. You can download the patient list to Excel with the patient's hospital numbers by selecting your IRB approval numbers. If the size of patients checked in the patient list is appropriate, you can extract the entire data set, including the output variables. After selecting output variables you want to inquire together, in addition to the items selected by default, click the Apply button to search all selected items based on the selected patient in case design. When the query execution is completed, the search results can be downloaded to Excel also. In order to download the Excel, you must select the IRB approval number in the previous step. As expected, our research data were also very large. Thus, prior to data analysis, data merging and cleansing had to be done first. So Dr. Mia Park will present about this process. And she will also present statistical analysis, results, and discussion. This research was conducted clinically based on the results of several previous studies. That pressure ulcer prevention nursing was effective in preventing pressure ulcers, and real-world data were used to measure the effect of the wound care nurse specialist activities. Therefore, it can be said that the rational and research method of this study stemmed from the effort to connect the previous research with clinical nursing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Park. And let's invite our second speaker of this session, Dr. Mia Park. Dr. Park, I think your mic is off.
Hello, can you see, can you still hear my voice? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Also, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sam Park. And I will continue my presentation. Good morning. My name is Minha Park, and I'm here today to talk to you about the data cleansing procedure and some preliminary findings from the research. I worked at the Seoul National University Hospital until February this year and moved to China. And my current affiliation is Chinese Academy of Medical Science, Peking Union Medical College, School of Nursing. And before starting the presentation, I would like to briefly introduce the Peking Union Medical College. This college is located in Beijing, founded by the Rockefeller Foundation, and was the first medical university in China. And PUMC maintains a small income class every year, less than 10 medical students and 150 nursing students. And PUMC run 19 institutes in the 6 hospitals and 7 schools, and it has the oldest hospital tracing its history back to 1960. Currently, there are 4 campuses, 32 doctoral training programs, 34 master training programs, and 6 national medical continuing education centers. Offers more than 2,000 beds, taking the lead in China's medical hospital management. Yeah, okay. Get back to the topic. I have prepared the content as follows: data retrieval, data analysis, and insight. And one day, when I started with the cooperation with Sam Park, there is a story, and one day I saw Sam Park at the lobby, and she asked me, to grab some coffee? I said, yes, of course, why not? Free coffee. And that's the beginning of this marvelous cooperation. So it's lots of time and lots of effort to make this result. So maybe the benefits and the potential impact of data derived from the clinical data warehouse are clear in the large retrospective case control study design, particularly when RCTs are not feasible and too expensive to carry out. Sometimes it is called the knowledge representation. So when we process the data, we use this every detailed the categories. So first, collect data from various sources, and second, integrate and link data according to the quality definition. And the third, detect and move noise missing data. And at the last, the change, refine variables through data the exploration. So we do every process when we clean the data and before the analysis. So I will introduce you what we did during the process.
Dr. Park, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but would you check your mic settings? Because it's kind of difficult to hear you from our
Sorry for the
or you can just move closer to your mic. That would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I use this.
Oh, I see.
So you cannot clearly hear my voice.
I think it's better a little bit. So if you can just speak up a little bit, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I will speak a little bit aloud. Okay. So as the Seoul National University CDW encompasses all routine clinical information such as demographics, diagnosis, medication profiles, and the laboratory results from each visit since 2001. We retrieved pressure ulcer indicators from the CDW, indicating recording date, recording departments, and the pressure ulcer risk evaluation. We also retrieved related data such as inpatient date, pressure ulcer risk evaluation indicators, and the recording department and the recording date. We then collected wound care activity
I think the internet connection is a bit slow. And let us just check the connection. Sorry about the inconvenience. Sorry about the disconnection. As you know, Dr. Park is in China, and it looks like there is some poor internet connection. So I think we need to move on to the next program, which is the panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on the future of nursing education with 4 panelists, and will be led by one of our faculty members, Dr. Eun-Young Seo. And let me just briefly introduce her to you. Dr. Eun-Young Seo is a professor and the Deputy Vice President of Student Affairs at Seoul National University. She also serves as the president of the Asian and College Nursing Society and the Korean Academic Society of Nursing Education. Dr. Seh's research focuses on the development of interventions for cancer patients and nursing theory, as well as effective nursing education methods using information technology. Dr. Seh, the session is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huang. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us our conference today. I heard that from the morning it has little problems in internet, and I really apologize about your inconvenience. We have 4 professors from different countries, including South Korea and Singapore, Hong Kong, and Japan. So we'll listen to them. Each of them has about 13 minutes. Then after that, we'll open the discussion for all for the topic. So the first speaker, it's me, is representing South Korea, and also I am the president of Korean Academy of Nursing Education. So I will give you a talk briefly, and then we will move on to the different countries' speakers. Okay, would you please play my recorded clip? Thank you. Hello, I'm honored to have the opportunity to talk about the future of nursing education in South Korea. In order to talk about the present and the future of nursing education in Korea, I think we should briefly mention the history of contemporary nursing in South Korea. Contemporary nursing education began in the early 1960s in Korea. Nurses' education, in fact, began in the early 20th century, but higher education as a standard curriculum began with 2 private nursing schools built by missionaries and Seoul National University College of Nursing as a public nursing school in the early 1960s. Nursing higher education at that time mostly imitated the system of those in the United States. More than 20 years after the creation of nursing colleges, master's and doctoral courses in nursing were born in the 1980s. This change was due to the demand from inside and outside the nursing community to upgrade traditional nursing to nursing science. Since then, in the early 1990s, advanced practice nursing roles were developed by the mega-sized private hospitals in the capital city, Seoul. Among the 4 different types of advanced practice nurses, which include nurse practitioner, clinical nurse specialist, nurse midwives, and nurse anesthesiologist in the United States, our case is rather similar to the role of clinical nurse specialist. Since the 1990s, the number of nursing colleges and the number of hospitals has increased rapidly. Since the year of 2004, the enforcement ordinance for advanced practice nurses has been established, and a curriculum has been created to educate advanced practice nurses in the master's level. As of today, 203 undergrad nursing colleges have been created and operated across the country. We are producing a total number of 120,000 undergrad students and more than 20,000 new nurses each year. However, the educational field of training a large number of students faces various difficulties. Above all, as society changes so rapidly, modern medicine and science are developing remarkably. This means that treatment modalities and pharmaceutical remedies in the hospitals are rapidly diversifying, and changing. In addition, expectations for the quality of medical services of patients have increased. Above all, as the average age of patients increases due to the whole population aging, the workload of nurses who have to take care of elderly patients without additional manpower is increasing. These difficulties in clinical field are also passed on to the student education without reserve, making it increasingly difficult to motivate students to become a good nurse. As quality management of medical services becomes increasingly important, the efficiency of clinical practicum is decreasing. The motivation of sustain the quality of nursing for students in clinical sites is also weakened. Finally, the most important problem is the gap between college education and the required clinical competencies. To overcome these barriers, I would like to propose 6 strategies. The first is the theoreticalization of careful nursing. There is a need for a careful philosophy that can serve as the basis for nursing education, not only the didactic one, but clinical practicum. Academically, it is necessary to make the realization of nursing philosophy and nursing theory applicable in nursing practice. The second is to encourage translational research that overcome the gap between the clinical practice and nursing research. In that context, today's academic conference is very encouraging. The third is the generation of deep and rigorous nursing research. Over the 50 years, Korean nursing research has conducted thousands of studies by applying not only quantitative research methodology, but also qualitative research and the mixed research methodology. As an applied field, nursing don't have a good environment in conducting research, but nevertheless, many rigorous and high-quality studies should be conducted. Fourth, nursing simulation education using virtual reality, augmented reality, metaverse, etc. should be more actively applied in nursing education. It is also necessary to diversify devices that use such educational content. Fifth, it is necessary to industrialize nursing care, not just nursing education and research. In Korea, the role of nurses were mainly focused on disease treatment due to various legal regulations and cultural specialties. It is necessary to reform a new market centered on care, not treatment. Finally, in the era of big data, quality data related to care should be generated. Among the many tasks performed by nurses in clinical practice, performance with the attributes of caring other than the role of medical assistants are not made of data. The creation and accumulation of caring data and research education using such big data should be accompanied. Although it is very short, I'm deeply grateful to be able to share with you the current problem and future directions of Korea's nursing education through this panel discussion. Thank you for your listening. All right, that was it for my speech representing South Korea's situation. Probably it's not only our situation, but also that countries around us will face the same problems, I guess. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Then we will postpone all the questions to the end. We have a speaker from Singapore. Dr. Emily Ang is a professor and head Alice Lee Center of Nursing Studies, National University of Singapore. Professor Ang's primary research interest is improving students' learning outcomes. Professor Ang conceived many creative and impactful educational research, which secured competitive grants for the department and publications on high impact factors. Let's welcome Dr. Ang.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you're all
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. And I'm very delighted to share the future of nursing education in Singapore. Okay, the outline of my presentation, I will introduce Alice Lee Center of Nursing Studies, change in the landscape of nursing education, future of nursing education in Singapore, focusing on education at the Institute of Higher Learning and strong lifelong learning framework. Alice Lee Center for Nursing Study was established in 2005 under the Yong Loo Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore. NUS is Singapore's flagship university and a leading global university centered in Asia. We offer undergrad and postgraduate program and have a total population of over 1,000 students. We provide continuing education and training program for nurses and allied health professionals. Our research program covers the following area: chronic illness and long-term care, women and children health care, patient safety and quality of care, geriatric care and wellness, education, innovation. All of you are welcome to look at our website for details, and we welcome collaborative research from all over the world. Our population is aging rapidly, just like many other countries. You can see that by 2030, 1 in 4 will be over the age of 65. And at the same time, if we have an aging population and a declining birth rate cohort, we are squeezed to get tighter as workforce shrink. Therefore, our minister in 2015 encouraged all of us to leverage on technology to do more with fewer workers. And this is made worse with the recent COVID-19. So the future of nursing education in Singapore is here already. We started this journey long before in 2015. Okay. At the Institute of Higher Learning, we would have different type of pedagogy: blended learning, right? We have self-paced learning, hands-on coaching, face-to-face classroom, and virtual classroom. Our group size would depend on the type of pedagogy that we use. It could be 10 in a small group for a simulation type of classroom, 2 to a 40 for tutorial group. We also use a lot of technology in e-assessment, in online learning, virtual classroom, interprofessional education, and nursing procedure. Example of education innovation: we have created create real-life experience and teamwork in virtual environment. For this innovation, we have allied health, doctors, all in one virtual environment to appreciate each other's role. And why is it in virtual environment? Because all the allied health professionals and doctors are very busy people in the clinical. Therefore, we create this virtual environment so that they can do this together after office hour. The next one is the immersive virtual reality for clinical procedure. We have identified core nursing procedures that is required by the nursing board, and we have put it into this virtual reality mode of learning. Moreover, why are we doing this? Because as the student cohorts gets bigger, we are very short of simulation lab. Secondly, we cannot afford using new consumable all the time. Therefore, we have created this so that the students can do it at their own time. And when they are ready, they can actually go to the lab for face-to-face simulation and also to practice their nursing procedure. In this way, we will reduce the space in the lab. We will reduce the cost of having to use consumable every time, new consumable every time that this student goes to the lab, and also provide the teachers time to do other things, for example, research. Okay, so in Singapore, of late, we have this healthcare industry transformation map. And their strategy is beyond healthcare to health, beyond community, hospital to community, beyond quality to value. So whatever we do, we have to align to this strategy. And this came out from Ministry of Health, Workforce Singapore, and all the hospitals in Singapore. So that the outcome, we can have better skill, better work, and better care. Okay, so with that framework, we have this framework called Skill Framework for Healthcare. It's jointly developed by Ministry of Health, Skill Future Singapore, and Workforce Singapore in collaboration with practitioners, employers, union, professional association, education, and training providers. We document the role and associate competency, which serve as a common reference for skills and competency for different stakeholders. We enable aspiring individuals to decide on career choice, professional development, and skill mastery. We assist training providers to analyze training needs and curriculum development. We assist individual and employer to diagnose and address skill gap. So we can see these are examples of the role and competency. On my left, you can see the role of a staff nurse, which is clearly articulated at the national level. On my right is the competency required for this role and at which level. Therefore, as training provider, if we are going to develop either academic courses or short courses which require funding, we have to follow this skill competency and the level of competency. Okay, the direction of continuing education in Singapore is lifelong learning. Our government do not believe that all of us must go and collect academic qualification one after another. So what we can do is to diagnose our skill gap, enroll in a stand-alone bite-sized modular course to address skill gap. If you have a skill gap, you can enroll in bite-sized modular course to close the gap so that you can be on the run in the ward to help our patients and our nurses. And these modular courses are stackable to formal qualification such as graduate certificate if required. Why I say graduate certificate? If we want funding from the government, we will stack our course to graduate certificate. Graduate certificate means it is very clinical practice based. If you stack up from graduate certificate to graduate diploma and masters, we will not get funding. The participant has to pay for full price. Lastly, there is a lot of emphasis on workplace learning so that the nurses do not have to come out of the ward to go for courses. This is due to the manpower constraint. At the same time, some of these skill gap can be closed at the workplace. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ang, giving us the time and the preparation for the presentation. We probably briefly knows about the situation in Singapore. Very well, thank you. Okay, the third presenter is from Hong Kong. Dr. Winnie So is a professor at the Nethersole School of Nursing at the Faculty of Medicine, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and she is the editor-in-chief of the Asian Pacific Journal of Oncology Nursing and the associate editor of the Cancer Nursing. Professor So's research interests include cancer and palliative care in relation to cancer prevention and early detection of cancer, supportive care needs, symptom experience, and the quality of life of the cancer patients. Let's welcome Dr. So to the podium. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Professor Su, for your kind introductions. So first of all, let me share my screen with all of you. Okay. So can you see the screen?
I can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so it has been my great honor to participate in the 14th International Nursing Research Conference. And thank you, Professor Kim and Professor Su, for the invitation. Now, in this presentation, I will first provide you with a brief overview about the healthcare demand in Hong Kong. Second, I will give you some background information about the history of nursing education, and in particular focusing on the Bachelor of Nursing program development, before introduce to you about the current nursing educational system. Then the current issues and the challenges in the nursing education system will be highlighted. And finally, the implications for future nursing education in Hong Kong will be discussed. Now, aging population is a worldwide issue. And in this diagram, it shows that the changes of the world population pyramid from 1950 to 2100. And based on this pyramid in 2010, the majority of the population is fall into younger age group. Now, however, the aging population is rising, and the pyramid will shift upward, and the majority of populations will be older in age. And this situation is also applied to Hong Kong. As shown in this diagram, age 65 or above population will rise from 1.32 million to 2.41 million from 2019 to 2036, an increase of 82%. And the percentage will grow from 18% to 30%. Now, the growing elderly populations is placing significant pressure on the healthcare system, because the older adults generally require more health care and their illnesses are often more complex to manage. Now, alongside populations aging is a rising occurrence of chronic disease such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and cancer. And it's not only for the older adult populations, but also the middle-aged people. Now, it is estimated that more than 1.76 million patients treated for at least one of the 25 predefined chronic disease in the public hospital in 2019. And the number of patients with chronic disease will increase to 3 million in 2039 by 50% in percentage. Now, the goal of the nursing education is match the healthcare needs of the society with the educational preparation for nurses. Now, and in fact, a call for an urgent investment to accelerate nursing education has been made in the WHO State of the World Nursing Report 2020. And lots of evidence supported that nurses take the major role in achieving universal health coverage and the population health and well-being. Okay, now before I introduce the nursing education in Hong Kong, let me provide you with some background information about the history of its development, particularly in the Bachelor of Nursing program. Now, in 1893, the Lethesoul Hospital pioneers Hong Kong's first formal nursing education, which adopted the British 3-year apprenticeship programs to train the registered nurse RNs. And in the 1960s, the Hong Kong adopted the British model to prepare the auxiliary nurses using a 2-year hospital-based program to begin the training at enrolled nurse, we call it ENs. And in 1990, the university began offering a Bachelor of Nursing program and suspending the hospital-based nursing education. And the BN program aligned with the international nursing development and the professionalization standards to prepare the students with professional disciplinary knowledge, critical thinking, clinical practice skills, leadership, and research skills in order to enable them being qualified for practice as RNs. Now later, the 5-year full-time program was launched due to the educational reform in Hong Kong. And despite the differences in the durations of the BN program and the increased number of general studies, so this BN program incorporates similar series of the courses and the clinical practicum as required by the Nursing Council of Hong Kong. Now, currently, there are 3 universities offering the full-time BN program for students entering the profession through the territory-wide centralized university entrance examinations. And all these programs are funded by the University Grants Committee, the short term we call it UGC funded program. Now, unfortunately, in order to tackle the workforce shortage, the government used a quick solution. They reopened the hospital-affiliated nursing school and provided subsidies for the private institutions offering self-financed BN programs in order to increase the number of nursing students. Now, differences in the educational philosophy and the standards between the UGC-funded and non-UGC-funded program pose significant issues because the UGC-funded program are governed by more stringent quality assurance mechanisms, such as the qualifications and the expertise of the academic staff, the smaller student staff ratios, along with rigorous teaching and learning standards. And these differences can influence the development of the graduate capacities and the competency in ensuring the quality of care than the others. Now, in Hong Kong, there are various types of the nursing educational program to meet the learning needs of the nurses as well as the society needs. Now, take my university, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, as an example. And we offer the Bachelor of Nursing program for students entering the profession. And with the changing paradigm of the healthcare needs, nurses today are expected to acquire a higher and broader level of the competency to assume specialized roles as an advanced practice nurse, the APNs. And the APNs are required to obtain a master's degree in nursing at minimum to equip them with the higher order problem-solving skills. So therefore, we provide a range of postgraduate programs at the master levels or higher in order to support the professional growth and the career progressions of registered nurse. Now, moreover, we also offer the Master of Nursing Science program, which is the pre-registration taught master program, in order to provide the opportunity to non-nursing degree graduates who would like to pursue their career in nursing. So after completing this program, the student will be able to obtain first the master's degree as well as registered nursing license. And for the graduates who are interested in research and would like to pursue their career in academia, they can also apply for studying the MPhil PhD program. And the professional development program is a specialty program at the postgraduate levels. Now, there are several current issues and the challenges in the nursing education system in Hong Kong. Now, first is Hong Kong has multiple educational pathways leading to an entry-level license to nursing practice, as I mentioned before. Now, despite the large discrepancies in the entry-level nursing education, academic admission score, scope, and the durations of nursing educations upon graduations all are titled as a registered nurse. And this multi-entry policy hinders the development of the bachelor nursing education in Hong Kong in order to produce a highly educated nursing workforce, and results in the great frustrations and the dissatisfactions among the nursing students. Now, say for example, nursing students are often oppressed by the traditional practice in conflict with their university educations. And because of the different academic backgrounds, practice, and attitudes, the conflicts are potentially created among the RNs. And the diversity may cause some quality RNs leaving the professional prematurely and negatively affecting the morale and the teamwork of the workforce. Now, the healthcare system is becoming more complicated, and the utilizations of the healthcare information technologies is predicted to expand considerably, which may also assist with the safer care. Now, however, it will also demand monitoring and managing large volumes of data for the patients allocated to their care. So the challenging nurse's role will demand that a RN acquire a wide knowledge base, command of the skills, and also the proficiency that will enable the delivery of a highly complex patient's care in collaboration with an interprofessional teams. Now, nursing program aims to prepare nurses who are able to deliver safe and high quality care and will be able to adapt to the evolving environments of practice. So therefore, all the nurse educators really strive their best in order to expose the students to various learning experience to make sure that they receive their information through multiple channels and also would have the access to the best available evidence. So you can imagine this kind of strategies really take a lot of time and energy from the nurse educators, and it might also face multiple challenges. Now, evidence shows that the interprofessional healthcare training methods can be powerful in enhancing patients' health outcomes. And to function coherently as members of these teams, students need to be prepared to deliver the interdisciplinary care and to take part in the interprofessional teams. And the complexity of the developing and also coordinate such kind of the interdisciplinary courses can be imagined. Now, quality education relies largely on the well-trained and competent faculty members. And faculty development and also the faculty vacancies are the challenges in nursing education. Now, perhaps the heavy workload and the requirements of take part in non-academic university activities, relatively low pay compared with those with similar seniorities working at the clinical settings, are the contributing factors to the deficit of the nursing faculty. And technologies has significant influence on the educations and practice. And in nursing educations, outcomes-oriented education is now become more important rather than the process of process-based learning. For example, evidence-based technique in education and incorporating evolved learning technologies in many programs. And the nurse educators need to equip themselves using various kinds of the technologies as the teaching and learning modality in order to enhance students' learning outcomes. Now, there is a need for enhancing the diversity within the nursing professions in light of the expanding globalization to satisfy the demand of our evolving communities. Now, however, various challenges do face the accomplishments of the diversity outcomes within the nursing educational program. Now, although the diversity stimulates educators who are attempting to enhance the student learnings and achievements, that some nurse educators hold that diverse students do demand excessive energy and time to take care of them. Now, I believe all of us encounter various kind of the new challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, for example, keep on changing the face-to-face mode to online or hybrid mode, or vice versa, depends on the the fluctuation due to the fluctuations of the situations in the COVID pandemic. And the clinical practicum was cancelled because of the pandemic. So actually, we are not only reschedule the timetable, but also to look for the alternative in order to equip the students' clinical skills in order to compensate certain number of clinical hours for the clinical practice. And of course, we also need to make use of various strategies in order to ensure the learning environments healthily and effective. Now, here are some implications for the future nursing educations in Hong Kong based on what we have discussed about the issues and the challenges. First, adopt a unified framework that is comparable to international standards to uphold the standards of the nursing care to improve the patient's outcome is very important. Second, it is very important to increase the government-funded nursing programs in order to increase the number of qualified, competent graduates. Now, it is also important to strengthen the academic and clinical partnerships in order to offer the broader learning chances for nursing students. Now, innovative strategies should be implemented in order to ensure the future nurses are well prepared to meet the evolving healthcare needs. For example, moving from the bachelor, master, and doctoral nursing practice curricula essential towards the competence-based education and assessment. Make use of the technologies such as the clinical simulations and the e-learning in order to broaden the teaching abilities, and also implement the inter-professional educations in order to enable the nurses to practice among the healthcare personnel and improve the intra-professional engagement. Last but not the least, it is also important to integrate the new technologies into the nursing educational program in order to enhance the learners' educational experience, such as using the simulation training, as well as using the VR system, as mentioned by Professor An. To sum up, the current nursing educational system in Hong Kong is facing multiple issues and challenges, such as multiple educational pathway, curriculum design, faculty developments and vacancy, technology challenges, as well as a cultural diversity. In order to address all these challenges, unified framework and up to the international standard, increasing government-funded nursing programs, strengthen academic and clinical partnerships, adopted innovative strategies, and integrating new technologies into the nursing educational system are recommended for the future nursing educational in Hong Kong. So that is all for my presentations, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Winnie, so much. And that wonderful presentation demonstrates us that future of the nursing education in Hong Kong. All right, we have a last presenter. It's from Japan. Dr. Miho Suzuki is a professor of the Faculty of Nursing and Medical Care and Graduate School of Health Management, Keio University, and member of International Committee of the Japanese Society of Cancer Nursing and Japanese Association of Supportive Care in Cancer. Professor Suzuki's research area are the cancer and chronic disease, patient care, including supportive care needs, and quality of life of cancer patients. Let's welcome Dr. Suzuki.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you very much for having me here and the opportunity to sharing my thought about the nursing education. Okay, so here's the outline of my presentation. These are kind of issue of nursing education in Japan. And also I'm kind of summarizing already my conclusion here at the beginning. So the first one, current licensure system in Japan. So probably I would like, I should say current education system toward to the professional licenses. So anyway, there are very complicated, so many pathways to become a nurse. So it's good thing, good side is the diversity, but the the bad side is that it's difficult to control the quality of education. And the second is the basic education change. So I would like to, I will show you the graphs, but anyway, my conclusion is still we are low practicum hours. And the third, advanced practitioners in Japan. So I would like to introduce about the APNs in Japan, but the program is not well developed. And lastly, I will talk about the future perspective in education in Japan. That's my totally personal, my opinion. Okay. Anyway, so this is the licensure system in Japan. So after we graduate or finish the mandatory education, the junior high school, so we can go to 3-year high school, then go to college or the junior college or diploma nursing school. But there are another way to go to become a RN, registered nurse in Japan. So after graduate junior high school, some people going to the nursing high school, that's a 5-year program. So at least to become a registered nurse in Japan, 1, 2, 3, 4, and also the LPN to RN program. So at least 5. And also we have the national certification or the national license, nursing license is a registered nurse and a public health nurse and midwife. So to become a public health nurse and or the midwife, some baccalaureate program offer the all 3 licenses, the eligibility at the completion of the 4-year. So then those students can take a national examination at the graduation for the RN, public health nurse, and midwife. But usually the student or the people who want to be a public health nurse or midwife, they are going to a 1-year diploma school or 2-year graduate school, the master's program. Then they take a national examination for public health nurse or midwife. That's the 3 kinds of three kinds of license in Japan. So there are many pathways. So, and next one is a nursing school capacity by degree program. As you can see, we are, or the other country also facing the aging problem, this aging population problem. So we are increasing the capacity, total capacity of nursing students, but in the contents, on the top, like the brownish color part is the baccalaureate program. So that's good thing. It's really increasing, the capacity are increasing, but also the diploma program capacity is also increasing. And also the 5-year high school program decreasing, but not much. So that's the situation in Japan. And also the contents or the curriculum, I should say, this graph shows from 1951 to current. And originally it was, so on the top orangey part is the practicum hours. So originally the proportion of practicum hours are the more than half, as you can see, it's clearly half. So more than half. Here, in 1967, it's about the half. And then we modified the rules. So now, it's 1989, it's about only a third of the total program, the practicum. And now it's since then it's decreasing, and then now kind of only a quarter of the total education hours are the practicum hours. So the practicum hours is not only a bedside in hospital clinical hours. That's including the like home care, visiting nurse, all the things. So, and also the problem is the for didactic program, but still the used to be only 4 divided by 4, but now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 divided in the area. So then some of them, of course, it's a kind of interactive overlap part, but still it's divided. So then it's not really we are not delivering effectively the educational content. So so next 4 slides, I would like to show that OECD Health at a glance. So from those slides, I would like to show that the Japanese health problem or the situation. So here is the practicing nurses per 1,000 population. So here's Japan, and the next is the United States, and the Korea I see here. So even we say in Japan we are facing a nursing shortage, but compared to OECD average, we are better, or the United States is better than OECD average. And then now we are look at practicing doctors per 1,000 population. So the doctors in Japan, it's kind of worse than the OECD average. So the United States, Japan, Korea next to each other. So it's a very similar situation. And so these are the numbers of the nurses and the doctors. And then here, the hospital number of hospital beds per 1,000 population. Korea and Japan has a lot of beds. Then we have the Korea, also in Japan, we have a lot of the long lengths of stay in a hospital. So that means we need kind of bedside nurses. And then this is acute hospital data. So we need the clinical competent nurses at the bedside. But our education is, as I showed, like we are decreasing the practicum hours, and we are more focusing on the community or home health care. But actually this, the government actually trying to decrease the number of beds, but not yet effective. So our education is ready for the community or home care, but the actual healthcare situation is not ready for that. So that's the gap of the education and the real situation, I think. So then also why we have those problems is that one of the characteristics of Japan healthcare system, insurance system. So we call that free access. I heard in South Korea the same system. So we don't have to have a general practitioner or primary care provider in the United States. So we can go to the big hospital anywhere, anytime, from young to the old. Everyone can go anywhere as they want. But in the United States or in the many European countries, they have to have a general GP, general practitioner, or we should say family doctor. or in United States, probably primary care provider, including nurse practitioner. So, but in Japan or Korea, they can go to hospital, free access. So that's the really, and the long lengths of stay. So that's another problem. Then, so this system, good thing, the European system, the good thing is, I think, so when they discharge from these specialty hospitals, they just go back to this referral pathway back. So oncologist to the clinic, I mean the family doctor, the hospital, big hospital knows which the family doctor are responsible or taking care of the people. But here, in Japan, another problem is, so they don't have a primary doctor. So then after they had the acute care, very severe treatment, then they are going back to home or the step down hospital, rehab hospital. They cannot find themselves. So the nurses or the social worker helping to the place to go back. So we are spending a lot of energy to find a place to after the acute care hospital. So, so that's the issues. So we are not ready for that. Our nursing education is not really fit or the meet of the needs of the social problem. That's I wanted to say. So now it's kind of changing to advanced practice nurses in Japan. So there are two kinds of advanced practice nurses. The one is a certified nurse specialist, and the others are nurse practitioners. But these are not licensed, national license. Both are the certification based. So the certified nurse, to be a nurse, certified nurse specialist, they need a master's program, complete a master's program, and at least 5-year clinical experience. And then they are certified by Japanese Nursing Association. So then the nurse practitioner also 2-year graduate pro master's program, and then they are two certified bodies. So one is the Japanese Organization of Nurse Practitioner Faculty, and the others are the Japan Association of Nursing Programs in universities. These are the two certified body, but so those are the studied, the older one is the 2011. So now about the 700 nurse practitioners in Japan. And the certified nurse specialist, we are about just less than 3,000. But that's the program started in 1996. That's more than how many years? Like almost 30 years, but only 3,000. Okay, and these two are the some people call these are the also nurse, advanced practice nurses, but that's controversial because these two don't need graduate education to be those nurses. So the first one is a nurses who complete the training system for the specified tasks. So this one started the 2015. That's amended by the law of Public Health Nurse Midwife and Nurse Act. So they only they need about 6 months training to practice some of the advanced technique or tasks that previously only allowed to doctors. For example, like changing the settings for invasive positive pressure ventilation and the respiratory system related category, or removal of narcotic tissues in treatment of a pressure ulcer, that kind of thing. And also the second one is certified nurses. These to be certified nurses are also 6 to 9 months training, not need a graduate program completion. So certified nurse certified by the Japanese Nursing Association. But there are many certified nurses, more than 20,000. Okay, so here's my last slide. That's my kind of conclusion. As I said, my personal, completely my personal opinion. So this I introduce or share the issues in Japanese nursing education. So I think the basic nursing education is too segmented too much, and the basic skills required for professional nursing practice are not being developed enough. At least compared to the education in the United States. And also there is difficulty expanding practicum hours due to difficulty finding practicum sites. So these are the vicious circle. So we have to change this to a good circle. So, and the solution or this is my mission or my task to educate the future nurses. So I think we need to improve health assessment skills and clinical reasoning competency, which contribute to autonomy, responsibility, and accountability in nursing. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suzuki. And this is it for the presentations. So please turn the video on. Oh, already they are on. So, okay, so what about the YouTube site? There still has the slide on. So can you put the, okay, we are on right now. So, okay, let's open the panel discussions right now. So if you have any questions to the panelists, please write down your questions on the real chatting site. So, or you can email to us, or through any method, you can let us know about your questions. All right, so we all four are on the screen right now. Good. All right. I think it's a little hard for us to raise the questions in this kind of system. So I have a question for Winnie. Hi, Winnie. Dr. So, I saw on your PPT, the slides, in Hong Kong, the nursing education undergrad is the 5 years instead of 4. So historically, we have had 4, but you have 5 years. Is that the BSN to MSN accelerated program, or it's just the BSN has the 5 years of education?
Yeah, thank you for asking these questions. And actually for the BSN, it's 5 years. Now, in the past, for the general education at the bachelor level, it's 3 years. Now, but for the professional program, just like nursing, is 4 years before educational reform. And for the doctor, it's 5 years. All right. Now, because of the educational reform, so the government attempt to shorten the number of years at the secondary level, but prolong 1 more year at the tertiary level, so that the students are able to acquire more knowledge and experience in the university. So that's why after the educational reform, all the bachelor program is changed to from 3 years to 4 years. And for the professional program like nursing, so previously it's 4 years, now it's become 5 years. And actually for the program curriculum, so mainly is in increase the total number of teaching hours in various kind of the general studies in order to widen the horizon among the students.
All right. That's very like evolutionary, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And my second question is that for all three of you, is that I think today's the common contents is that we have many barriers in nursing education, including the population change, you know, that the aging population goes up, and that the new generation is really having hard to learn the nursing in terms of the heart and science together. So I saw all of your presentations that you will probably more apply the virtual reality devices and metaverse devices and those kind of ICT-based educational contents in future. Then my question is that when you apply those new devices, new machine skills in nursing education, what's your vision? What's your future directions to creating the nursing contents? Any one of you get ready and you can speak.
Okay, so perhaps.
Okay, Lenny.
Very short. I think this is a very good question. Now, for me, the virtual reality or the technologies is just one method as I can use for the teaching and learning modality, and it cannot be replaced the passion of nursing. Yeah, so when we make use of this virtual reality, so we need to do it with purpose. Now, I think the crisis for the COVID-19 is really provide us with lot of opportunity in order to speed up the development of using technologies for our TNL. So I think it's true, right? In the past, we may not be commonly use Zoom, so all of us now is an expert, all right? Just like the simulation training as well. And just like in our school, so we also adopt various kind of the simulation training. Yeah, because of the learning needs, in particular in this pandemic situations. So what we are trying to do is we attempt not to enhance the gap of the theory and practice, because all kind of the simulations is a kind of a scenario. But we will work together with the clinical partners in order to ask them to share the real case situations in order to develop the scenario. And throughout this process, so we are not only assessing the skills, but also the interactions between the patients and also the caregiver. So we hope while we are now make use of the technology, but we will still maintain our essence, the caring and the patient center in this component.
All right. What about Miho or Emily?
Yes, I'm not really familiar to those technology, but the new people or the current student generation, they are more familiar with those technology. So that's the generation gap I'm feeling. So, and anyway, so I would like to utilize those technology for the training. So, and as I said in presentation, it's so limited the clinical experience in the training. So they need to simulate, as the Winnie said, simulation training or the kind of experience. Really, they need the real experience. I mean, even that simulation, that's the scenario experience or the whatever the from the book. So I think that's good for the training, but they need to know that the real human being also. So that's the I don't know how to those new generation people, how they perceive that the reality and virtual reality. I don't know that I don't, at least I don't know that how they distinguish, or you know, that's the real world, this is the virtual reality, that's virtual. So I don't really know, but my yes, the students are really for example, the book, the textbook, I need to, you know, they physically turn the pages on the textbook and mark up the highlighter with the highlighter, but the student don't need those paper anymore. So that perceptions are changing. So I think we need to the brain or the idea from the younger generation. So I need to incorporate those ideas, and but still, again, the human being, not the virtual. So I think that I just need to emphasize those. Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you answer that questions, Emily? Oh, your voice is not heard.
For us, what we are using technology for various reasons. One, as I mentioned, that the physical space is quite limited, and because we increase our number of students every year, and it's getting the cohort is getting bigger, and therefore we cannot keep on expanding. So there are times that we will put the student in the simulation lab for face-to-face, like what Winnie has mentioned. There are times they will use this virtual reality at their own pace, at their own time, so that we can reduce the physical space, we can reduce the consumable, because medical consumables are very expensive. And every time they practice, they start opening, you know, it's very expensive, and it's also not sustainable for health, for the green. And also to give our teachers time to do other things. And also now the younger generation, they want a variety. They cannot keep still for more than 10 minutes. And the traditional methods of lecturing is over. So what we have been doing, and I know every one of us know it costs a lot of money. So what we are doing is a combination. We even buy licensed software, you know, some like pathophysiology, all these licensed software for them to complement their learning, rather than we stand there and rattle, you know, what is the definition and all that, because it's no longer sustainable with this new generation. So we'll give them all this with the case scenario, and they will read, and they will come to discuss. Yeah, and we can stimulate their mind by asking questions, but it is no longer sustainable in the big lecture theater and ask them to listen to us. First, they will be texting. Secondly, they won't come. So there is an issue in this new generation. And plus now, you can see that the COVID-19 is not over, you know, it's coming up and down, up and down. One day you bring all the students to the class. Next day, you say stay at home, like what Winnie mentioned. So this technology is quite useful. And what Winnie mentioned, that we have become so good during these 3 years in using technology. And we can also do an online simulation, like our advanced practice Master of Nursing. They have to do face-to-face all those sessions. And during the COVID, we are so good in doing that, we can do virtual. And our Singapore Nursing Board doesn't believe us. They came in to sit and they say, oh, so good, you all can do. Well, in that situation, we have to innovate, right? Yeah.
All right. So I think that Dr. Ang, Emily answered one of the two questions which is listed on the YouTube site right now. So I would say that any of you may answer the first question. No, I want to hear from 3 countries altogether about the first questions. The first question on the YouTube site is asking that the nurse's voice and political power, it's very minimal in South Korea. We tried last 3 decades, I would say, but that our power is still very minimal. So I ask you, Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, what's your strategies or your future plan about this?
Maybe I
Emily
answer first. Yeah. So in Singapore, I think with tertiary education, we are fortunate because we're the only nursing department that offers university education. So we don't have competition, just like what in Hong Kong, you have 3 universities. So we are very lucky. And I think all of us know that in university education, our graduates are very vocal, right? So we also have to teach them not to because I think before you talk, otherwise you will not be well received. So our graduates have been seen very good in communication, so much so when there are minister speech calling, our graduates will go, So that's the first thing. Secondly, nowadays social media, they can put their voice in the social media. And when they put their voice in the social media, our Ministry of Health will respond. Okay, that's the thing. Because as you know, we are all very shortage of local nurses everywhere. So our ministry and our hospital senior management made an attempt to hear their voices. Yeah, maybe sometimes we do not have the answer, but we can just hear them.
Very good, very good. What about Miho or Winnie?
Okay, so perhaps I maybe follow up with Professor mentioned, and actually I really agree with Emily mentioned that the importance of the education, and I can see that nowadays all the graduates, the performance, the outspoken, their presentation is totally different from the old days, including mine, in the past. So I think that educations do make a difference. And the other thing is, I'm not sure whether it may happen, to your hometown, but another issues in Hong Kong is we need to have the united voice, and this is a challenge because we do have quite a number of different kind of the nursing associations, and it is a challenge to gather together and to deliver the one voice representing the nursing. So actually, I think this is important, how to be united together to develop the critical mass. So and I would like to clarify one thing. Okay, sorry about it. And actually, Hong Kong is not a country. Hong Kong is a part of China. However, because of the 2 different systems in the past, we are the British colony. So that's why I only limited to share with you about the nursing education in Hong Kong.
Thank you. I have known Winnie over many years, and she kept correcting me. Special reason. Okay. All right, Miho.
Yes, hi. I think the voice. I think the education is important. So related to this, the panel's topic. So the education. So I think we need to change the better healthcare or the workforce situation for the nurses. We have to speak up. So we don't really educate it too much before. So, but we have to teach now. We have to say something. So, and also the culturally or probably Asian countries, or the the women to be calm and less speak. That's still the nurses female dominant profession. So I think those cultural influence we see. So also, yeah, we have to educate the student. So we have to, if you want to change or you want to say something, we have to be proactive. Not the, we are really kind of also the basic attitude of the nurses in Japan. They are really just keep the rules, not the changing rules. They are really using our energy to keep the rules, or the not the, for example, for the patient safety, to not be expand our roles. Just do a very minimal thing to keep a rule. So not the violate that. I would not say violate the rules, but we need to change to meet the real world, the situation, real world healthcare. So, but they are not really thinking that way. So we need to change the mindset of students. So that's the responsibility. Responsibility of education, I think. Yes.
All right. Dr. Suzuki, thank you very much. Okay, so because of the time limit, I think we got to finish our panel discussions, and I will give you the closing remark briefly. Thank you for three of you, the panelists today. It was excellent presentation and discussions, and you are truly the leader of your own country and special reason. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. So Dr. Huang, may I provide the closing remark or?
Yes, but let me just briefly introduce you from
Okay.
a different perspective, because you have too many hats.
Thank you. All right. I'll
Thank
wait.
you, Dr. Sun, for leading the discussion. And I also would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable contributions in the discussion. And heading towards the end of the program, like Dr. Sun mentioned, we are going to hear closing remarks from Dr. Eun Young-seo again, because she's the chair of the Center for Human Caring Nurse Leaders for the Future by BK21 project, which is one of the hosts of this conference. Dr. Seo, please.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating in the academic conference of Seoul National University's Nursing Science Institutions. The reality of nursing education after COVID-19 seems to have unfolded, a reality that could not be imagined before COVID-19. However, we will overcome these difficulties with the unite cooperation with each other. The direction is the reorganization of the localized nursing education curriculum and the application of various educational methods and application of effective simulation education tools. I hope today's conference helped you with your research, education, and practice to enhance the quality of nursing education. Next time, we will organize an academic conference with better contents. This concludes today's conference. Thank you very much for your participation. We'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Dr. Seo. Before we end today's program, I have a few announcements to make. As you know, we have e-poster session, and on the top of our conference webpage, you will find a blue button, which will take you to the poster presentations. We have a total of 60 research abstracts presented as an e-poster format. Please take some time to review the posters, and these will be available until next Friday, which is October 21st. And I would like to remind you about the evaluation of the program. On the right corner of the webpage, which is right above the button, you will find the link to the survey. Please complete these evaluations. Your input is really important for us in planning future conferences. And again, I apologize for the technical problems that we had earlier and the changes made to the schedule. The presentation materials can be downloaded from the conference website So please check the materials for Dr. Park's presentation, which was ended abruptly due to technical problems. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience, and I am grateful for your understanding. This concludes today's event, and thank you all for staying.